So I unmuted. Well, this is muted over here.
Hello.
Yes. Thank you. I don't need any change. I don't need the receipt.
Did you drop it all in yours? Oh yeah. And mute our audio mic for output, right? I think. I apologize for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. We'll begin shortly.
How did you do that? Okay, there.
What is this doing?
Can I borrow a piece of paper?
Sure. Just need one.
You know what time it is? Like 5, 6?
6:10.
Mic check from Counselor Peggy Sue Martinez.
Maybe we'll hear at 3.
We just need to have our volumes right off as well.
Yeah, so the volume on your devices, on your tablets, computers, laptops, whatever you want to call it, mute yourself.
Correct.
You're using the mouse. And never unmute yourself on your tablet.
Then we mute this.
What did you say?
So
They never do what? Audio output.
No, never unmute yourself on your tablet. We're gonna be using these things. You can't hear from a distance.
You're good? All right, very good. And that one does not turn off.
No, for you, yourself.
So do we mute this when we're not speaking?
Yes. So what I'm saying is the audio output that we're doing, it needs to be- yeah, correct. So we can
Yes,
mute it on
that
here.
also needs to.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at.
Everything should be muted on the tablet.
Okay, are we ready to begin?
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen at home, my apologies for the tardiness. It is now 6:17 p.m., August 11th, 2020. I hereby call this meeting to order. I'd first like to begin by asking if people can understand me with the mask. I'm hoping that that's the case. We are meeting in chamber, so we would like to take all the protocols necessary. Is everybody able to hear? Is anybody waving?
I can hear you.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor, for responding. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of meditation. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
Indivisible.
liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. Councillor Denise Benavides, could you please lead us in today's invocation?
Thank you, Mayor. Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight. We ask for your guidance. We ask for your blessing. We ask that you lay your hands upon each and every one of our councilors tonight. We have some tough decisions to make tonight. We ask for your grace in assisting us. We ask for you to bless this community, assist us in fighting this COVID disease that has come upon us. In your name, Lord, we pray.
Please be seated. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll and determine the quorum?
Councilor Didi Valdez. Present. Councilor Justin Salazar Torres.
Present.
Councilor Dennis Tim Salazar.
Present.
Councilor Denise D. Benavides. Present. Councilor Randall J. Martinez.
Present.
Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez.
Honored to be present.
Councilor John Ramon Mito.
Present.
Councilor John L. Ritchie.
Present.
Mayor Javier Iglesias.
Present. Thank you very much. Just a few ground rules before we begin. This is going to be a long meeting, and we want to make sure that we are respectful of everybody's time. So we'd like to make sure that when you do make comments, that they're as succinct as possible, that they are referenced specifically to the matters at hand, and that we try not to repeat the same situations and issues over again. And in addition, for many of us who are new to this situation, I really ask that we refer to each other as counselor or Mr. or Mrs. with a last name, so that we don't begin talking in first name basis. That helps to differentiate ourselves from the subject at hand. So just keeping those things in mind, I'd like to move as swiftly as possible, and we will now move on to the approval of the agenda.
So moved, Honorable Mayor.
Second.
We have a motion from Councillor Justin Salazar Torres and a second from Councillor Manny Martinez. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move on to a roll call vote for the approval of the agenda, please.
Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez.
In favor.
Councilor John L. Ritchie.
In favor.
Councilor Randall J. Martinez.
In favor?
Councilor Denise D. Benavides.
In favor.
Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Tim Salazar.
In favor.
Councilor John Ramon Mito.
In favor.
Councilor Justin Salazar Torres.
In favor.
Councilor Dorothy D. Valdez.
In favor.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go on to the consent agenda, Roman numeral 5. Do I hear a motion?
So move, Mayor.
Second.
We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Tim Salazar and a second from Councillor Justin Salazar Torres to approve the minutes, July 14th, 2020 City Council meeting minutes and the July 21, 2020 Finance Board meeting minutes. Can we take the roll call vote?
Councilor Dorothy D. Valdez.
In favor.
Councilor Justin Salazar Torres.
In favor.
Councilor John Ramon Mito.
In favor.
Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Tim Salazar.
In favor.
Councilor Denise D. Benavides.
In favor.
Councilor Randall J. Martinez.
In favor?
Councilor John L. Ritchie.
In favor.
Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez.
Also in favor.
Motion carries.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And as has been notified in the agenda, public comments are next. We initially allotted a 3-minute time frame for every person to be able to speak. We have an overwhelming number of people who would like to speak. I'd like to bring that down to 2 minutes if I could, with the discretion of the mayor, in case it does have to run over, but I would like to make sure that everybody has a chance to speak. We have approximately 34 people who would like to comment, and at 3 minutes, that would easily take us close to 2 hours. At 2 minutes, we're looking at just over an hour. So we'd like to see if we can bring that down to 2 minutes. I will have a stopwatch. We respect all views and everyone has the chance to speak, and we'd like to make sure that that is the case today. So that having been said, we'll move on to the first person for public commentary, Madam Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the councilors of the body. My name is Justine Valencia, and I am the program manager for Project Grace. And with me, I have Miranda Lopez with Project Grace Student Outreach Coordinator. We came onto public comment tonight because we would like to share a event that we're in the works of doing. We have a food drive that's going on. Miranda did come up with this event. We had many families reaching out to us on our social media pages asking for this drive due to the pandemic. So Miranda, she'll be the one presenting to you and talk a little bit about the drive. So if Miranda could go ahead and talk.
Good evening, Mayor Javier Sanchez and members of the governing body. I'm Miranda Lopez, is the drug preventionist and outreach coordinator for the City of Espanola Project Grace Department. I come before you today to present to you a food drive that we are willing to host. What we are asking for is, well, not what we're asking for, but during these times of, through COVID-19, families in need, families losing jobs, people losing their lives, Project Grace wants to do nothing but help and relieve burdens off of some families. So I come before you today to present to you and the community. If you guys are willing to donate to us any kind of, non-perishable food items, canned goods, that way we can reach out to these families that are in need and give them what, some food, some, hygiene products, anything like that.
15 seconds.
So that's pretty much all I'm asking for. If you're willing to donate, you can go ahead and drop off the canned food items or non-perishable goods at the Project Grace office, which is located behind the Beatrice VQ Martinez Senior Center, located at 739 Vietnam Veterans Road here in Espanola.
Thank you, ladies.
Yeah, that's
from
pretty much
Project
it.
Grace.
What was that?
I said, thank you very much. We have exceeded our time. We'll move on to the next. We still have more time? Okay. I apologize, but like I said, we're going to really try as hard as we can to keep these comments as close to 2 minutes as we can. So thank you very much, ladies, for the food drive initiative. Madam Clerk, who do we have next?
Representative Susan Herrera.
May I take off my mask?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. And if you would please mention your name for the record.
I will. Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. Thank you, Mayor, esteemed City Council members. I'm Representative Susan Herrera. I represent the District 41, and I represent Espanola. I'm proud to do so. So I'm going to rush through a lot of things as fast as I can. But since I'm the legislator who brought this money to Espanola, I really felt like I had a strong need to come and speak to this body. I think it's very important that we have this here. And I want to just talk point by point about all the kind of misconceptions that are going on about this. And first of all, that Susan Herrera and the Rio Arriba County weren't transparent in everything we do. We were very transparent. I came to this body a month after the session ended in 2019 to say, hey, I got $1 million. We're going to build a drug treatment center at the old nursing home. I got another $1 million for Ori. We can do a drug treatment center there for women and their families. This is an incredible amount of money. So we were very transparent. I put that on a district-wide letter. It was covered. I met with 2 cabinet secretaries after the session to make sure the language was okay in the capital outlay request. They both approved it, and that was Cabinet Secretary Olivia Jackson Padilla, and it was Olivia Padilla Jackson and Alicia Liu from the Department of Aging and from the Department of Finance. They both approved that. The governor approved it. We all knew that. So we couldn't have been more transparent. I went to several community meetings, told people about this. Everybody agreed. There are people out there who say this is going to damage property values. UNM has done a study on property values located next to group homes because this happens in every neighborhood throughout the state. They did the study. They said it did not bring down property values. People are saying kids are going to be in danger. I would like to say that I think kids are in more danger if we don't do this. We all know what goes on behind the Food King. And we know what goes on in the Cottonwood Groves, and we know what goes on at the Santa Clara Apartments. And these are all in this vicinity. To make a small suggestion, I would suggest that they have the parents and the teachers, 15 seconds, come in from the other side of the campus. And if you would just, I know you have a big agenda, and I know, because I got a lot of people to speak here, but I just got to tell you, all the things that are on Facebook, in my opinion, are pretty much Facebook trash. You can put anything you want on Facebook. This is a city that desperately needs economic help and economic progress. And these are gold standard jobs in the world of economic development. It's outside money coming into a city, investing in a business that will be a major employer in this city. And for that reason, that is not the most important reason. The most important reason is that we desperately need treatment for our families in this valley. That is really the only reason I did this. So I would urge all of you to vote with who I think are most of the voters in this valley who really see this as a deep needed service in our community. So I'll stop it there. I could talk about this for an hour. I won't. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all.
Thank you, Representative Herrera. Madam Clerk, who do we have next?
Renita Espinosa. Okay. Charlotte Mudueño. Okay. Marsha Brendan.
Good evening, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Marsha Brendan.
Thank you.
I'm going to speak. I'm Dr. Marsha Brendan, and I worked for 2 decades with the Center for the Education and Study of Diverse Populations. It's located here in Espanola. It's a New Mexico Highlands Center with Dr. Paul Martinez and Ron Martinez and so on. One of our most successful programs was the Enlace program, Engaging Latino Communities for Education. We worked really closely with mainly middle school and high school students in this valley, in this district, as well as all around the state, but particularly here, to open the possibilities of higher education for students who might be first generation in their family, to be able to pursue that and accomplish that. I just want to say that with numerous students beginning in middle school, one of the challenges they and their families face is that a parent isn't home. A parent is incarcerated. Parents are absent for other reasons. And we got involved with these families, and we know that drug and alcohol addiction are an enormous challenge. So what this did for students as they're being mentored and tutored, being challenged by AP classes, being supported all the way, given leadership courses, doing presentations at conferences, is what pulls them back. And for themselves too, if they themselves suffer from addiction, but is what happens in their families. And every single family, every mother and father and uncle and aunt in this whole community want their children to succeed, even if they're suffering an addiction. But we need more places that allow those students to rise to their capacity and be able to come back and serve in this community. So I just think Darren's Place is incredibly essential. I believe that it can change the trajectory for a lot of students in northern New Mexico. And I thank you for supporting it.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, who do we have next?
Santana Salazar.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, go right ahead. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Santana Salazar, and I am in favor of this facility. I think that we need to have more options for abuse in our community, and I'd like to just say that, you know, we don't have enough options in the city of Espanola or in our community as a whole, and I think we're in need of these types of facilities. And so I think that this program would be beneficial to Rio Arriba in the city of Espanola. And as someone who's been impacted by substance abuse, I've lost family members to it. I've seen so many friends die. I just would like to say that I'm in favor of Darren's Place. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Madam Clerk.
Ambrose Barros.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable city council members. My name is Ambrose Barros, and I'm asked to speak this evening to support the need for additional resources.
I can't really hear.
Our community suffering. As I was stating, I'm here to speak this evening to support the need for additional resources to individuals suffering from substance use disorder within our community. I don't have to say that this is a serious issue, as I'm sure, like me, most of us in this room has experienced a loved one, family member, or friend that has been impacted negatively due to alcohol or drugs. And as we discuss this issue tonight, I know that it isn't an us versus them, as I'm sure we all concede that services are needed. In my opinion, the issue we're discussing tonight is stigma and the culture of our community that has embedded in us from years, if not generations, of trauma. We accept certain unconventional norms in our community / family that foster the cycle of trauma because we don't know how to help our loved ones. So it's sometimes easier to accept behavior that is created from drugs or alcohol use. This creates a necessary perception or stigma that views our family and friends suffering from substance use disorders as dangerous, as many of us have witnessed firsthand a family's dysfunction, not truly understanding the disease of addiction and a fundamental neurological change within the prefrontal cortex of our brain, where we process our actions and weigh our consequences, and it rewires to our midbrain, where we are unable to slow our thoughts or decisions, and we react off of instinct of survival. In this case, the need, not the want, for drugs or alcohol. My point is it's easy to view danger from placing a residential treatment or any other service meant to treat individuals battling addiction, or what we as behavioral health professionals call substance use disorders. It's easy because many of us in this community have lived this experience in one way or another. But the truth is these facilities, residential or outpatient, provide services that stabilize these behaviors. They create a safety measure, not only to protect the individuals receiving treatment, but also the community. In contrast, if the building proposed is not a residential center and stays closed, It will attract individuals with substance use disorder to use drugs directly across from the same elementary school that we're fighting to protect. We see the negative impact all around our community, yet we instinctively fight to prohibit services that treat substance abuse out of fear or a sense of protection. We are often biased for making a rational decision because of what we have endured for years.
20 seconds.
In closing, I would like to say that as many of you are aware, I'm the Executive Director of War Recovery. And many of our political leaders, local and state, request a meeting with me to discuss my thoughts on our community needs when it comes to the substance abuse crisis. In 2019, Representative Susan Herrera, Joseph Sanchez, and Andrea Romero visited War Recovery. They took the time to learn about the program and ask many questions, all wanting to help to do something to support in finding a solution for our substance abuse crisis. When the 2019 legislative session started, House representatives were made aware of a surplus in money set aside to address shovel-ready projects. This is where the money came from. It doesn't happen every year. We're lucky if it happens at all. In closing, licensed facilities such as Darren's Place must complete several policies and procedures aimed at limiting risk and keeping individuals safe regardless of their location. Although a location may enhance these efforts, such as in this case where they have already constructed an 8-foot wall, redesigned the driveway, and installed an upgraded camera system, we must really look to check our bias and even my own when writing what I just said.
Thank you, sir. Madam City Clerk.
Betty Guillen,
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay. Mayor Sanchez, the council and other dignitaries, my name is Betty Guillen. I have lived in Espanola most of my life. I'm a retiree from Northern, and I have been affected by the disease of substance abuse from family members, relatives, strangers, and community neighbors. Sometime back, one of my neighbors passed away, and her house was unattended and it was vacant. And that invited many young people that seemed to be under the influence of probably drugs and alcohol. And this was really a very unsettled, not comforting at all. And several times I had to call the police because of situations that were happening during the night, because it seemed like they slept in the daytime and they were active at night. Thanks to Councilman John Ramon Vigil and others, they were able to instigate and implement a neighborhood watch. And that certainly brought, at least for me, it brought me a peace of mind. And at least I knew there was someone that I could turn to. I talked to Mayor Sanchez about this situation, and I was concerned that this young people were evicted, and where were they going? This was kind of like a Band-Aid cover. And hearing about this treatment center is really good because this is the answer. And I'm really supporting it, and I'm hoping that that this will be implemented and it will continue to help, or it will help all these young people that have a future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guillen. Madam City Clerk.
Luana Hawk,
Is Ms. Hawk on Zoom?
Kevin Hawk,
Please bear us a second as we try to find these two guests.
Michael McQueen Spielberg,
Thank you, sir. Please walk on up. You're welcome to take off the mask if it makes it easier for you.
Oh, well,
And
can I be heard and understood this
Yes,
way or?
we can hear you perfectly, so
Okay,
you're
in that
welcome to
case,
keep it on.
I'll keep
Just
the
state your
mask.
name for the record, sir. Thank you.
My name is Michael Spurberg McQueen, and I'm a resident of La Mesilla. So I'm not strictly speaking a resident of Espanola, but I am a citizen of Rio Arriba County. Other people can speak to you in a more informed way than I can about the statistics of drug abuse and the need for rehabilitation in this county. And I can't tell you any personal stories about drug dependencies because I and my loved ones have been blessed that I haven't had any close relatives suffer from those problems. But because I have been fortunate in that way, I'm acutely conscious of the desirability of helping other people who have been less fortunate. So this project seems like a good project to me, and I support it. I want it to happen. If I have understood the paperwork that I read in preparation for coming here, what you're considering is not actually whether it's a good project or not, but whether the process was followed by the Planning Commission. I wasn't there. Paperwork looked good to me. I can certify that Susan Herrera has always been completely transparent about the usage intended. I talked to her a great deal during the session when she was getting the money and after. And so it looks procedurally good to me, and it looks good, looks like the right decision, and I hope you will sustain the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Who do we have next?
Kathy Berryhill.
Are we looking for participants in order to try and find them?
Hello, Mayor.
Very good.
Mayor.
Is this Ms. Berryhill?
This is Dr. Berryhill. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you. Mayor Sanchez and members of the council. I just want to say that we have waited a long time for detox beds in Espanola. And everything may not be perfect, but we've waited for so long. And little children whose parents are not at home, who are being raised by their grandparents, are also waiting, have also been waiting for their parents to get help. And there's never going to be a perfect plan. There's never going to be a plan that 100% of the people stand behind, but this took a lot of effort to get it this far. And we have, for those of us who have been searching and asking, where are the detox beds in Rio Arriba County? Where are they? Where is the help? Where are the rehab centers in Rio Arriba County? Where is that? Where can we get help? The community is in dire need of this kind of help. And I say that we ought to just give it a go and let's try it. Let's see what happens. And I just want to say thank you to all the people that have really worked hard to make sure that this rehabilitation center is a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Madam Clerk?
Ralph Martinez.
For the record, if you could just state your name, please.
My name is Ralph Martinez.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilman, for this time. When I think about a place like Darren's place, I think of community. And when I think of community, I think about what's good and what's bad for our community. And going back to Darren's place, the type of facility that it is, I instantaneously thought of Delancey Street in Alcalde. And it made me think about how close Delancey Street was to Alcalde Elementary before Alcalde Elementary moved out of that space. So I took a ride up to Alcalde. And I know a lot of people from Alcalde. And I went and I sat with some of the elder generation because it's made me think, well, I wonder what happened when Delancey Street came in. Was there that pushback? How did the community at that time take that? And so I went and I sat and I spoke to many different individuals on this. One of the most important individuals that I sat and spoke with was Arsenio Martinez, which I'm assuming some of you know. He lives the property almost closest to Delancey Street. And when I asked him, how was the community's take on this when Delancey Street first came in? He said, Ralph, all hell broke loose. And we started to laugh. And he said, nobody wanted it here. Nobody. He said, they were bringing prisoners from prison, not city jail, not county jail, not from the streets, but from prison. He said they were bringing hardcore criminals from prison to come in and house them over here. He said our elementary was right down the road. Our community had been so quiet for all these years, and all of a sudden this big thing wanted to come in and disturb that. He said we fought against it. You better believe we did. We fought against it. Why? Because of our worst case scenarios that we built in our head. Our perception of what it was going to be led us to fight against this place. And that perception is the same type of perception that we're looking at when it comes to Darren's Place. Now, when it comes to statistics, and I won't get into all of that. When it comes to statistics on how it's going to affect land values and all that, when Roger and I were looking at placing the shelter, we looked into all of that. And so I don't want, I know where we stand on all of that, the facts behind all of that. And so I won't get into that. You guys have heard it a million times. But going back to Delancey Street and those facts, and Arsenio told me about the different forums that they held to push it away. Long story short, it got placed there. And he said, when it got placed there, there was no walls, Ralph. People can come and go as they please. They can leave. It wasn't a facility where they held them back. There was no security like the security plan that Darren's Place has. There wasn't that in place. And he said, over the past 25 years, they've proved themselves. They've proved themselves to be active members of the community and to be, he said, in the 25 years that it's been there, he can't remember not one incident that has come. He said, as a matter of fact, there's been a few incidents where people have left, but they want to get far away as they possibly can when they leave.
Thank you, Mr.
So they don't stick around. And so I'm asking if we can look at the facts and the knowledge and not the perception. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam City Clerk.
Cruz Martinez.
We're waiting on Cruz Martinez. Is that on Zoom? No? Who do we have next?
Marcy Davis.
Good evening.
Very good, Marcy.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and members of the City Council. I am addressing you this evening not to vote for or against a drug treatment facility. In fact, this is the type of forum that I wish had taken place anytime leading up to this appeal. I'm addressing you tonight because I'm angry about the double standards and politics being played out by our city, planning and zoning, and the county. As a businesswoman in this community for over 20 years, I have had many dealings with planning and zoning over the years. If you know anything about planning and zoning, it's that they're by the book. They're quick to cite city code. This appeal of this quote group home is frankly a waste of your and my time and energy. Clearly, anyone who has read the city code, the definition of a group home, can see that the county's project, Darren's Place, does not meet any part of this definition. In this case, what we have is a planning director, Mr. Hubler, who is either incompetent or has blatantly chose to ignore or misinterpret the code in order to fast track the project of a political entity at the expense of the public. No forum like this has taken place. The county comes and threatens you, council members, with a lawsuit if this doesn't go through. What about the rights of the average citizen? The county will not get sympathy from me just because they purchased a nursing home with taxpayer monies from the state, but agreed to or added a clause stating it couldn't be used as a nursing home. And now the city's supposed to jump to make their new idea of a drug treatment facility fit the city code? But wait, Hubler can help. He's the one person with infinite knowledge to interpret those city codes. Oh, there's no definition of a drug treatment facility? So rather than stop and do what a qualified, ethical, and prudent planning director should do, which is create and seek approval for a new city code and policy, no, instead he uses his position and influence to deceive the public by calling a drug treatment facility a group home in order to avoid any community backlash like this, and to make sure that the poor county doesn't end up with a building they can't use. This is ludicrous. If I purchase a residential house and use it as an event center, I guarantee you the director would not volunteer to rezone the property for me and then help me make a definition fit just so I wouldn't lose money on my deal. Political movidas at its best here. This is a flagrant abuse of power by Hubler, and it discredits the entire planning and zoning department and stains their future credibility. It's a shame that the city council has to deal with the incompetence and ethical violations of one man to influence the outcome for a political entity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Ann Martinez.
Hello.
Yes, Ms. Martinez, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Sanchez. My name is Ann Martinez, and I'm here speaking regarding the appeal of Darren's Place, the drug treatment center. I created a petition upon hearing about the drug treatment facility being open right next to ETS Fairview Elementary School. To date, I have received close to 600 signatures opposing the idea of a rehab center next to the school. Well, when I first heard of this, it was being advertised as a group home. After I learned it was actually going to be a 100+ bed drug treatment facility, I was appalled. I went to the school board meeting where Darren's Place director, Jeff Lamberner, stated that their sister facility in Rio Rancho called Four Winds was their modeling facility. This is the facility that they modeled, and they had no incidents at that facility. Since he had previously stated that the school board was in full support of the facility, which they're not, even though they weren't, they released a letter, and that letter is in your packet. The school board does not support this. I wanted to also fact check him, and lo and behold, I found 159 pages of police and EMT reports of calls to the facility. Darren's Place, Jeff Lamberner has lied to the public when they stated the schools were in support, and lied again when they stated there were no incidents. The city, when they stated that Darren's Place was a group home, is also a lie. This entire project is based on lies and is a sham. Director Hubler tried to deceive the public by calling this a group home. We, the public and constituents of this community, are being taken advantage of. I don't know if they thought we wouldn't notice or what, but his lies clearly he lacks integrity, and he is not doing his job ethically. If I did this in my job, I would be fired. I don't understand, when you have millions of dollars at stake, how this can be orchestrated in this way.
20 seconds.
This project needs to be stopped, and the public needs a fair chance to discuss this with full transparency and not backroom deals. There's something fishy going on with this deal with the county and Richard Hubler. I don't know what it is, but there's something fishy going on. Smells bad. Thank you.
We'll now go on to the next person.
Diego Maestas. Dennis Galvan.
Dennis Galvan, are you on Zoom? Madam Clerk, is Angelica making sure that guests are arriving and signing in?
Yes. Okay. Charles Maestas.
My name is Charles Maestas, and I'm not gonna lie. I'm born and raised here in Espanola. Went to the Espanola Elementary School. I was a Redbird. She was a Redbird. I'm not sure where you went. You were a Redbird too, huh? Manny Fairview. Oh, too bad. We played basketball in these parks outside the school on Saturday mornings early, all year round. We had competitions with each and every school, going to their gyms at night to play, walking out at night with our families in the wintertime. It was cold. Being safe, walking back to our cars. Played against Fairview Elementary for the championship against Sam Gallegos and Steve Grego. They cried on the bleachers because we beat them. That was fun. Kids didn't have to worry about what was going to happen. Now we have to worry about active shooters, lockdowns. We have to worry about COVID-19. The poor 400 plus kids at the Fairview Elementary School are going to have to worry about that big, ugly fence. And not the fence, but what's on the other side of it. They mentioned Delancey Street. Delancey Street was put in here over 20 some years ago. Times have changed. We have panhandlers in Espanola. They'll argue with you at Walmart if you're not careful. We need a drug rehab center. I am not for this drug rehab center next to the Fairview Elementary School, though. Don't get confused. I am not in support of this drug treatment center next to the Fairview Elementary School. I have a heart. I've been quiet for 20 years. Most of you guys know me, know where I've been, know who I am. This has outraged me to think that the beating hearts within us adults, we can tell a kid it's okay to put a drug rehab center right next to their school. I have a 5-year-old grandson and a 12-year-old granddaughter. They're the best in the world. And anybody that has grandkids know they do no wrong. My grandson comes home from school whenever he's there, always wants to tell us what he learned. Excited about the parks and the kids he played with and the things they found outside. I would hate for him to be at the Fairview Elementary School to tell me he found a needle and he gave it to his teacher. I would hate for that to happen. You guys are actually here today not to hear us be for or against the treatment center. I'm for a treatment center, just not there. And it's not my backyard. It's the backyard of 400 plus Fairview Elementary kids. I'm here because the planning and zoning misled, misrepresented, and outright lied. They on their own rezoned it to an ROI zoning. Have you guys read ROI zoning? Museums, libraries, institutions of higher education, not institution of Department of Corrections people. They rezoned it wrong for what they want to use it for.
20 seconds.
They mentioned group home in 2 of their advertisements. A group home is for 8 people. It's not for a 100-bed. Darren's house, read your notes. Darren's house had said they have contacted to contract with Department of Corrections to fill their beds.
Mr. Maestas.
I'm not
We're
going
at
to,
time.
no, I am. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Donna Lopez.
We're waiting on Donna Lopez via Zoom or in person.
No, okay.
Who's the next person?
Marcia Martinez.
Do we have Ms. Martinez on Zoom? We do not.
Commissioner Leo Jaramillo.
Commissioner, you are on Zoom, is that correct?
I'm here, correct. Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and members of the City Council. For the record, this is Leo Jaramillo, the chairman of the Rio Arriba County Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Now, my community is falling apart in some areas of concern when it comes to drug and alcohol abuse, and it's something that needs to be addressed, not later, but now. Now, I've heard comments about the dangers of having a facility near an elementary school. There's dangers in Espanola. The area where Darren's Place is located is no stranger to drugs, to crime, and to trauma. This is an area with longstanding and well-established drug use, vagrancy, and crime. Now, police spend lots of time and resources coming to this area to combat what is happening there. Professionally and medically qualified treatment possesses no security threat or hazard. Areas actually where drug treatment centers are located have been shown to have less crime than other type of medical centers. And studies have found that crime actually decreases the closer you are to treatment. Currently, there's a critical lack of sufficient treatment right here in Rio Arriba County and in Espanola. Now, our decision as a county and as a county commission was thoughtful, informed, and data-driven. We've acted to meet a critical public health need, and a drug treatment center is a public health need. We've hosted meetings where people could come and learn about Darren's Place, and never once had people in the audience who came to share their concerns. Now, it's important, Mayor, that I tell you on average, only 1 out of 10 addicts can access a treatment program. And now that's a recipe for disaster, for crime, for death, and for an untold suffering in our community. We're finally able to make a treatment center a reality for so many students who are being raised by their grandparents because their parents have fallen victim of addiction. We have an obligation to stand up for the people of this valley, for the people of this community, to bring about change, to bring about the healing that people in this community deserve and want. We've repurposed a vacant state-of-the-art medical facility in a strategic location with high drug treatment need. The restrictive covenant that not we placed, but the owners of the nursing home that ran that facility, they put that in place not to allow it to become a skilled nursing home again. Nevertheless, it was designed for medical care and residential treatment. We've spent the last 2 years applying for $1.5 million in state and federal money to purchase and renovate this facility for substance abuse treatment for our residents. It will offer some of the highest quality and most critically needed medical services right here in the Espanola Valley, in one of our greatest needed areas. Mayor, councilors, help me in bringing change and in bringing healing to this community. Now, I too know of the safety of students, and I worry about them just as much as you do, but the data has shown that this will be safe. We need change in our valley, and that change needs to happen now, and it can happen with me and you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members of the council.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam City Clerk.
Roger Montoya.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I commend this forum for its openness, civility, and I believe there's going to be a good outcome. My name is Roger Montoya, and I worked in the schools for about 20 years here in the elementary arena. When Darren's Place opens, it will be the most secure, professionally staffed facility of its kind in the city's history. I feel confident it's going to bring the results that we need. I don't have to remind anyone of the depth of this plague that has been around for the 40 years I've lived in this beautiful place. Besides the last 5 years, I haven't seen the needle move in any significant way. But recently we have seen change, and I know that Darren's Place will be part of that. To the point of the parents and the caregivers who are legitimately concerned for safety, I hear them. They need accurate information. They need the truth. Unfortunately, I believe that this situation has been fueled by misinformation and fear. I urge you to dig deep into your humanity as civic leaders and vote tonight to do the right thing. I want to share a brief story. In the last few years, I've worked with Ralph Martinez and many others to bring the Pathway Shelter to a place of function as one part of a continuum of care that is necessary to move humans from a place of despair and destructive behavior to a place of productivity. It is an investment that must be made. In that process, I met several young men one afternoon who were decidedly addicted. And one of them came to me after 20 minutes of working together. He said, "Mr. Montoya, don't you remember me? I was in gymnastics." As I stared into his gaunt face and hiding the track marks and knowing that he'd just come back from a fix, my heart was broken. And it fueled me as a civic leader to make sure that we do the right thing and that we don't fall to the fear and the divisiveness of politics, but we look to humanity and we make the decisions that will absolutely move this community into a place of modeling what we can become and the reputation that we are building. When you think about Delancey Street and Inside Out and the Mountain Center and Judge Lydiard and Pathway Shelter and so many other institutions, that is that network that holds those who are addicted. So I know I extended my time a few seconds, and I thank you so very much for the opportunity to be with you and to share my words. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your words. Madam City Clerk.
Lauren Reichelt.
Hello, my name is Lauren Reichelt. I am the county's Health and Human Services Director. I am really sorry I'm not there in public. I'm feeling pretty sick with COVID-like symptoms and thought you would prefer if I didn't come in and breathe on you. But I also thought it was incredibly important to have my voice heard on this subject. And in my opinion, backing out of this project now would be an incredible travesty and a huge mistake. Back about 10 years ago, I've been the county's Health and Human Services Director for 25 years. And about 10 or 15 years ago, we did a study to find out how is this actually spreading from one generation to the next. And what we found was we have a large group of people that cycle through the jail, probably about 70 to 100 of them, for probation violations. And this means incredibly stupid things like being in a car with a friend who is a felon because they don't have a driver's license in order to go to treatment, or walking into a liquor store to buy some cigarettes. Those are things that can land somebody indefinitely in jail. And we realized we really had to end that, because where children are being exposed is when the weather gets cold. We have a large population of homeless people who go in and out of the jail, and their relatives are very caring people. And so they let them stay with them. And they may be at work all day. And who is this child coming into contact with in their home but the relative who is going in and out of jail? So having a treatment center that targets this group of people and keeps them out of homes and off the street is incredibly important. This is the one thing that is really going to keep kids safe. No child ever caught substance abuse because there was a building near another building. And we're not going to see needles because we're already seeing needles. The way you stop seeing needles is you put people in a treatment center where they don't have needles. I want to say what a pleasure it is to work with Richard and Ellison. They're incredibly professional people and we are lucky to have them. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reichelt. Madam Clerk, who do we have next?
Jeff Limburner.
Is that Mr. Limburger from?
Hello?
Do we have him wait for comment?
He's not. Well,
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Please go ahead, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate a lot of what I've heard, and much of it as the Chief Operating Officer for Darren's Place. One of the things that has been extremely gratifying has been the depth and extent of local support for what we're doing. And this has been going on for many months, whether it be the city police, members of the individuals associated with Health and Human Services, the school board, the sheriff's department, local hospitals, and a great many other local organizations. it's been really heartening to see how deeply they care for their community, because I think everybody recognizes the need that has been expressed so many times about the depth and extent of drug and alcohol issues in this region. It's important for me to mention again that we are based on local and regional support. A big part of our commitment is to work with Rio Arriba County and Espanola city residents, so that we are going to be caring for people who are, in many cases, your neighbors, parents, cousins, friends, family, who are in many cases possibly living just a few blocks from where our facility exists. And to mirror some of the comments made earlier by Mr. Barros from Oil Recovery, and from some of the others who mentioned this, we don't want to be part of a group that stigmatizes the parents of a lot of the children who are attending school in this region. We've had a number of grandparents approach us and say, when can we send our kids to you? Because we want them to be able to regain care and custody of their children. And in some cases, those will be, I'm sure, parents of kids who are going to the elementary school right next door to us. The term continuum of care is very appropriate, because one of the things that's near and dear to our program is to make sure that for the duration of someone's time with us, which is typically going to be 90 to 180 days, not only are they going to be drug-free and alcohol-free for the entire duration of that period, but during that time, we're working with them and through a number of other agencies to try to find a suitable place for them to then continue on once they leave our happy halls, so that whether it be in an educational environment or with a job opportunity or some other setting, they can continue to stay drug-free and be constructive, which we think is a far preferable alternative to leaving them on the streets for 90 or 180 days, because that is a certain recipe for failure. So we think there's been wonderful local support, county and many organizations. We're very gratified by that. There's clearly been a lot of misinformation spread about, but at the end of the day, what really matters is taking care of the people who want to get help, and that's what we're here for, and we're very excited at the prospect. So I thank you all for listening.
Okay, try now.
Can anybody hear me now? Yes?
Yes.
Great, we're back on track. Okay, my apologies, Mr. Madrid, you can go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, do I start again or do I?
Whatever you wish, I'll start all over again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I came on board Rio Arriba County Economic Development 7 years ago, I soon found out that I was attending many meetings dealing with our drug epidemic, the substance abuse crisis. And throughout the years, I've attended many of these meetings, and most of us in this room have attended such meetings. You saw great people doing great work with few resources. Over time, I came to understand that before I got to economic development, we had to deal with community development. We had to deal with our epidemic. We had to deal with substance abuse if we were going to create the needed workforce to grow our community. Without a healthy workforce, our businesses cannot grow. We cannot recruit new businesses. Our businesses' profits are low because of shrinkage and theft. We can't create quality jobs for our citizens. In a previous career, I was a prosecutor in northern New Mexico. I can tell you that 95% of my cases were drug or alcohol related. And all these cases put family members in a box. Family members were dealing with somebody who had an addiction. They were stealing from their family members. They weren't violent, but they were stealing, they were robbing to get their habit in check. Families came to us and said, we don't want them to go to jail, but we can't keep them at home anymore. So it became the streets or jail. Once they got to jail and went down that path, sometimes they never came back out in a healthy manner. So invariably, we pick up the phone. It was in Burdo back then. Said, do you have a bed? God, we prayed for a bed. The family prayed for a bed, but there were so few beds. Once in a while, one was available, but most of the time, it was 6 months out. And by that time, that individual was no longer ready for this opportunity. In closing, folks are saying that we all need these services, just not in this location. But that's just not the reality of this situation. In our lifetime, there's not going to be another 37,000 square foot building that's made for residential care that's going to be available to us. In our lifetime, there's not going to be another operator who has the resources to come and operate such a facility. If we don't do this now, we won't see this again in our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madrid. Madam City Clerk, who do we have next?
Connie Romero.
Ms. Romero, are you on Zoom? Ms. Romero?
Fidel and Loida Martinez.
Well, I'm standing my wife, and she's going to speak on my behalf, okay, and for both of us.
Okay.
He's shy, believe it or not.
If you could, for the record, please once again state your names.
My name is Loida Martinez. This is my husband, Fidel. And I'd like to share a quick story with you. My husband, 35 years ago, went through a rehabilitation, but not here because we didn't have the resources here. The stigma that you're placing on people that need drug and alcohol help. I want to show you my husband today. He's a protective citizen, 38 years, worked at the lab, pension. His Chimayo chili is in NASA right now being researched. I mean, just the things that we can do for our people. My husband is a living example of what we can do as a community. Now, we have a nephew that many of you are related to, Benito Maestas. We couldn't find him a drug and rehabilitation center either. We send him to Taos 3 times to detox. He met Johnny Tapia, the boxer. We have a picture of him with his autograph. Today, Johnny Tapia is dead. We sent Benito up to California. And I remember he landed up in the hospital and the doctor says, he doesn't need prayer, he needs medical attention. We left him there a year. It cost us thousands of dollars. But you see Benito today, he is a productive citizen. He's an employee at the Los Alamos National Laboratory. He's high school coach at Los Alamos High School. And all the wonderful things, if you stop putting the negativity on the type of resources this center can do for people like Fidel and Benito. I hope you really seriously think about what you're doing today. You could do so much for our community. We live in Chimayo, born and raised there, my husband. And in 1999, Chimayo was ranked first per capita for drug use and drug distribution. Keep that in mind because 20 years later, 25 years later, our Chimayo Elementary School was ranked Class A. And you can't tell me that the drugs and the alcohol impacted our children and they still ranked as a Class A school. I want to tell you a little bit about Benito's father, your relatives, and some of you that are sitting here in the city council. His father died of a drug overdose, a heroin drug overdose. He didn't make it. His siblings and his brothers did not make it because we didn't have the resources here to help. So please pay attention to your vote tonight, because we can have more Fidesz, Benitos, stop the stigma from these people. They're asking you for help. We had to go outside of the area and outside of the state to bring our people back. And I love him. And we love Benito. You guys realize what we can do as a community. That's why you were voted in these positions, to show some leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Madam City Clerk.
Floyd Zamora.
Nice to be here. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Floyd Zamora. They know me as Nico. I've been a resident here for a very long time. Little history about myself. I was an addict for 44 years. I was a heroin addict. And back in the days, it was a lot of white knuckle type of stuff, type of recovery. Like the gentleman just said, it would take months for people to get into treatment centers and stuff like that. And it was very, very hard to navigate people. One of the things that I've had with Jeff, speaking with Jeff, is I've gone to see his spot. It's a really good place. He's actually, I now work for Reroute. I work for the county. These are the things that happen in recovery. I work for the county. I work for Reroute. I work for a law diversion program. And Jeff has placed 3 of my clients, or one of my clients and one from the county, in his jobs. From there, my client has actually moved into being contracted with the custodians with the county now. And now he's working there. So these are the things that recovery means to people. You know, it took me a very long time to figure out what was going on. And one of the things, and what I do is divergence, is I help people from going to jail. So we see repeat offenders on the streets that are picking up for shoplifting, that have actually, it's not that they are, you know, professional thieves, but they're trying to support a habit. And so we pick them up and we divert them. And what we do is we collaborate with OI and different agencies and able to get them into treatment centers. This umbrella that I'm talking about is important for the community because it makes people move through the system without falling through the cracks. And a lot of times with the clients that I work with, if we can't find places for them and there's a 2-3 week period, 9 times out of 10, you know, the disappointments and stuff, people go back in and they go back to relapsing and they go back to using. One of the things that Jeff was explaining to us is that we can utilize him through the county. And that's a big thing for us because we work with most of the people that are homeless. We work with most of the people on the streets. We work with a lot of the diversions, a lot of the judges. And so that collaboration, that umbrella that we're trying to develop here, and Jeff being part of it, and Darren's place, is a big plus for this community. You know, I tell people there's no cure for addiction, but there's a recipe. And if we follow that recipe, we can help people to overcome this problem. And that's what was done with me, you know, from a guy that couldn't rub 2 nickels together to sitting here working with people in recovery every day. I mean, this is what happens when we can work through the system and work with people and be able to move them through here as a community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your work.
Appreciate it.
Madam City Clerk.
Commissioner James Martinez.
Good evening.
Commissioner Martinez, thank you very much for joining us. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Sanchez. Good evening, members of the Espanola City Council governing body. My name is James J. Martinez, Rio Arriba County Commissioner representing District 1. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you this evening. I come before you to speak in favor of the drug treatment facility located on Calle Chamizal in the heart of the beautiful Espanola Valley. As a county commissioner representing that part of the Espanola Valley, we understand and recognize the need for a state-of-the-art drug treatment facility like Darren's Place. As elected official, as I speak with and listen to the concerns of our constituents, one of the biggest concerns and one of the questions that I get asked most often is, what is the county doing about the drug epidemic and the opioid crisis? And so now I would say that the governing body, you as elected officials, I'm sure that you get asked that question as well, because we see, I am sure that most of us here in some way or another have been impacted by the drug abuse epidemic. And we can come together, the city of Espanola and the county of Rio Arriba can come together to meet a critical need right here in the Espanola Valley and in Rio Arriba County. Now, we come before you as county commissioners recognizing safety concerns. We come before you with research, data, and experience. And research shows that a drug facility in a neighborhood such as the one proposed actually reduces crime and other types of behavior. You know, what better to have a secure, professionally staffed facility in that building rather than an abandoned, dilapidated building that would only attract crime, drug use, and so on. We too, we also care for the safety of our students. You know, as a staff member for the Espanola Public Schools, 20 years that I've worked in the district, I care for our students. I value education. As a pastor here at a local church and as a commissioner, we see the need for a state-of-the-art treatment facility. And we can come together. This commission wants to work together with the city of Espanola, city council, to bring a much needed service to the people of our neighborhoods, of our community, of our city and our county. And so I come before you this evening, thanking you for your time and asking you for your continued and ongoing support of this drug treatment facility. Thank you again for your time. God bless.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam City Clerk.
Lydia Gonzalez.
Ms. Gonzalez, do we have you on Zoom?
Gary Gonzalez.
Hello, this is Lydia. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Sorry, I couldn't get on quick enough. I would just like to say, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council people. You know, my husband was very instrumental a number of years ago, almost 40 years ago. He and Abe Torres opened up for the first time on Corlett Lane the OI alcoholism program. I don't know if any of you remember that. However, it worked really well because they were working with the judges and the police, and we were getting people sent to the treatment center. And we had a really great turnover, and we had a lot of people that were actually recovering. We had awesome meetings going there where people were actually sober. And I would just like to mention that most recently, I have been working or volunteering with the Food for Kids. We had to stop doing that now for a while during the virus. However, that just reminds me that, you know, this kids, yes, we're concerned about our youth. We're concerned about our children. But they live with these people in their homes all the time. That is where the drug problem and the alcohol problem is. These children are being exposed at home. That is why we're providing lunches for them. So because their parents are not capable of being at home and taking care of them. And so the fact that the treatment center would be near an elementary school doesn't make sense, that the kids are in danger. They're in danger in their own homes every single day. And I have experienced drugs, alcohol, basically, in my home with family, with friends, with relatives. And I've been around it for definitely over 50 years. And I know that the best resource and the best way for everybody in the family to get well is to have that help available to the alcoholic or to the drug addict. This is how we can help our children. This is how we can help our community.
Thank you,
and
ma'am.
make
For
it
some
a
final
safe
words,
place.
please.
That's all I'd have to say, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for coming to us today. We appreciate it. Madam City Clerk.
Gary Gonzalez.
He's not going to go on. He didn't get the email.
Mr. Gonzalez, are you joining us via Zoom?
Shoot. And you didn't give him the. I did.
Gonzalez logged in?
Just go on.
Mr. Gonzalez, if you're on, could you please unmute? If not, we'll go on.
Christina Caltrigoni.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you very much. If you
I
can just
wanted
take your
to
name
say.
one more time for the record.
Excellent. My name's Cristina Caltagirone. I work as a special projects coordinator for the county. I'm wanting to give you a little sense of the benefits and the costs related to this center, because that's not been brought up exclusively. You know, we'll be taking countless residents struggling with addiction off the streets and reducing the burden that they pose not only to families, but to service providers in our local government at both the county and the city level. And we'll be giving them a path forward to employment, to sobriety, to restored relationships. People have pointed out this will be providing jobs for over 75 people, but we'll also be saving the county residents and the city residents millions of dollars that can be directed elsewhere to our schools, our senior programs, hospitals, and other vital services. It's been estimated that every additional treatment facility in a county reduces the social costs of crime in that county by 4.2 million a year. 4.2 million. Wouldn't you rather invest that money in other needed services like senior programs and food distribution and school assistance? We really would, and that's why we're here today in support of this center. And I thank you for your time and your efforts.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Ms. Velasquez?
Lupe Salazar.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lupe Salazar. I'm from Española, but I run a nonprofit, Barrios Unidos in Chimayo. And I am here today as a mom, as an advocate, and as a grandmother. And I'm here to express the importance that it is to be able to have a treatment center here in town. As you're well aware, we have 60 to 65% of grandparents and great-grandparents raising grandchildren with little to no support. And we have to remember that these children love their parents and that they want to be with their parents. And as grandparents, we're here, you know, holding the space for them because, I mean, that's what we do. You know, we take care of our grandchildren, but we also are concerned about the health and well-being of our children. So the benefits, the plus of having the facility here in Española is, it's such a need. We should have had this decades ago. I want to stress, you know, the importance of an individual that is healthy, you know, body, mind, and emotion, can take back their family. And that's what it's about. It's about reunifying family. And that's how it is here in northern New Mexico. It's about familia. You know, no one stays behind. It's our sangre. It's our livelihood. It's who we are. And, you know, a strong individual can take back their family, and a strong family empowers community. And a strong community can change the world. You know, I know that there's some individuals that they have their reservations or their whatnots, but we have been struggling with this opioid epidemic for decades, and it has shattered family to where we are today. So I ask this evening that you please, you know, support this facility. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Madam City Clerk, who do we have next? We don't have any other names listed, but what we'd like to do is take this time to recognize anybody that signed up but did not get called or maybe didn't hear their name. Do you, Madam Clerk, wish to go through all of the names that signed up but did not speak? Or, okay, thank you very much. We'll just go through a quick list of names. If you hear your name, speak up quickly so that we can get you to give your commentary.
Renita Espinosa. Charlotte Mudueño. Gloria Gonzalez. Luana Hawk. Kevin Hawk. Cruz Martinez. Diego Maestas. Dennis Galvan. Donna Lopez. Marsha Martinez.
Okay, thank you very much.
Honorable Mayor, if I may ask for a 5-minute recess, please.
Hold on one second. We're still, I think we might have one more person for comment. I believe we have one more name. We can get that really quickly, please.
Diego Maestas.
And it's Diego Maestas.
How's it going, people?
Very well. Could you please do a favor and state your name for the record?
My name is Diego Maestas. Excuse me, I'm out of breath. I just got here from Albuquerque. Hello, Dorothy. Hello. I'm sure all of you guys know me. I want to speak as part as an individual, a youth that grew up here in the Valley of Espanola, New Mexico. I want to grow up as somebody who didn't grow up in the right path, who didn't grow up in the right ways of life, who went in the wrong direction. By the grace of God, I was saved. But I'm going to tell you one thing, by seeing and believing good things, positivity things, that's what the kids are going to believe in. That's what they're going to see. I'm not saying let's not put a rehab center. There's other places. I'm not saying let's not help the people of Espanola. What I'm saying is that area should be set aside for kids. And kids, it should be set aside for. There's other areas we can put up and available quickly for rehab. I'm all about rehabbing the community, helping the community in any way we can. And I speak for many. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Madam City Clerk, any other names?
Any
Mayor-
questions?
Mayor, there are no more names on the list.
Okay.
I would also like to ask again if there's anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak to please do so now.
Excuse me, sorry for me rushing in, but I just got here to see my Facebook Live. I literally
Very good. Thank you,
drove.
sir.
All right, we'll see you guys.
All right, very good. Okay, so we are now done with public commentary. We thank you very much for that. We have a request for a quick 5-minute recess. If we can just please take that to heart and make sure that we're back in 5 minutes. I still have the stopwatch going. We'll now be in recess for 5 minutes.
We're mute. That's what I get.
Yep. Very good. Thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. It is now 7:51. We are now back from recess. Moving on the agenda, we have next on our line item, committee chair updates and counselor comments. Do we have anything from any of our counselors? We have Counselor Manny Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to congratulate Santa Cruz de la Cañada. They celebrated recently the 100 years that the Sons of the Holy Family have been serving that parish. The parish itself, Holy Cross, has been here for over 300 years, but the Sons of the Holy Family have been serving our community for over 100 years. So I'd like to give a big congratulations to the Sons of the Holy Family and thank them for their many, many years of service to our area.
Thank you, Counselor.
And also just to, of course, mention that, of course, Northern is doing school this fall online. So if you haven't if you haven't registered, you better hurry up, and because school is about to start, but it will be online. So I do urge all students, if you have not registered, please get a hold of your counselors or the school itself, and that we can get yourself registered. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Do we have any other counselor comments or updates? Counselor Dennis Tim Salazar, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Recently, there was a Public Safety Committee meeting back on August 5th. I'm not part of this committee as I serve on two separate committees. So prior to that meeting, I contacted Chair Justin Salazar Torres and requested if he would allow me as the Chair of Public Safety to speak under public comments. Chair Salazar Torres was very accommodating to me. So when I got to the meeting, a fellow counselor who was in that meeting brought up some concerns with me being at that committee meeting, stating that 5 members in one committee constitutes a quorum of the full council, and that is their concern. To me, that was not a valid excuse or valid reason. I'm not sure why their reasons that they did not want me to attend that meeting, as they have attended several meetings in the past that they have not been a part of that committee. Ever since I've been a counselor, and counselors can attend whatever committee meetings they feel like they would like to attend, whether it's a committee meeting or not. Only thing is, if a counselor is not a committee member of that said committee, then of course they would not be allowed to vote. They would not be allowed to partake in the conversations that the committee members are a part of. I would just like to state for the record that the whole point of the city clerk's office posting agendas is to encourage everyone to attend. After something I've already known for quite some time, I still verified with our city clerk, Melissa Velasquez, and she confirmed it. City councilors can attend committee meetings that they're not a part of if they want to, or if they're able to attend. Also, it's good practice as specific items are discussed in detail. So in turn, it could be great education for any of us. We can attend a portion of the meeting, or we can attend the entire meeting, whatever we wish as a counselor. I just want to make sure there was clear justification to this, that any counselor can attend any committee meeting, but again, if they're not a part of it, of course, they're not going to vote or partake in what committee members partake in. Which leads me to another issue. About 2 months ago, Planning and Land Use Director Richard Hubler spoke about bullying and harassment of city employees and how no city employees should have to endure that. I would like to state that that's still going on, as I have been a victim of that recently, specifically for 2 votes that I made. One was in approving the police chief, and the other one was regarded to our recent budget meeting when I voted not to furlough employees, instead temporarily freezing some positions. I would just like to reiterate that this should not happen to any city employee or any elected official at any time. Our votes are our votes. They should be respected, and we move on. This should never be tolerated. I strongly encourage any and all city employees and elected officials to speak up if they are being bullied or harassed by fellow employees or by other elected officials, or even family members of elected officials, which was one of the cases in my case as well. There should always be a mutual respect, and nobody should ever be in fear of any kind of retaliation. Us and our respective families should not have to worry about that, and know we will be safe at all times. As my wife and my 2 boys were also preview to this type of ugly behavior. Thank you, Mayor, for giving me the floor and giving me the opportunity to address these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Counselor. Mayor Pro Tem. Counselor Denise Benavides.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to add to that because I think it's been a long time coming. I don't think it's just a bullying. I think there's been personal attacks on this council by members of the council and others outside of the council, and it's unprofessional. It's been allowed to happen, and I think that going forward, it really does need to stop. We're here to do a job, one that we were elected by our constituents to do. Our constituents are, in my sense, my boss. Those are who we are here to work for, and we're here to do what's in the best interest of our communities. We're not here to personally attack each other. We're not here to disrespect each other. And I think that it is high time that it is stopped and no longer allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Seeing no other comments, we'll now move on to matters from the mayor.
Mayor, I have my hand raised via the Zoom meeting.
I'm so sorry, Counselor, I can't see that. Go right ahead. Counselor Peggy Sue Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize some recent losses that our staff has had concerning some losses in their family. So first one would be Domitila Archuleta. She's the grandmother to Sandra Bustos, our payroll person, and to Danielle Bustos in water. And Francisco Trujillo is uncle to Stephen Trujillo. And for Idalia Herrera, she's the aunt of our esteemed city councilor Denise Benavides. If we could take a moment to just a moment of silence in memory of these people. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Counselor. Did you have any other comments?
No, Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to matters from the mayor. We have the recognition of retirement for Ms. Sylvia Tafoya, General Services Administrative Assistant. And for that, we will go to City Manager, Mr. Javier Martinez.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the governing body. I'd like to take this time to recognize a valuable employee that we has decided to retire after 31 years with the city. That is a huge accomplishment that very few people can say that they've lasted with one establishment for that long. Ms. Tafoya started with the city in 1989 and progressively moved up through the ranks from secretary to office field manager, at times even filling the role for interim general services director, throughout the years. Her 31 years of service, loyal service to the city is highly commended. I did speak to her this morning. She wants to thank you, Mayor, and the governing body. She said she was a little bit shy to speak on this, but by all means, this is a lot of knowledge that we're losing, and to our General Services Department that she has served for numerous years. So I want to take this time and present her, if she's listening, with this plaque of service for 31 years with the city of Española. Thank you, Miss Sylvia Tafoya. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much for that, and congratulations. May we have lots of time to experience life after work. So thank you very much for the kind words, and we'll now move on to the proclamation honoring Lowrider Month for July 2020. And I have that proclamation before me. So here we go, and we'll read this with as many whereases as possible. So whereas the beautiful Española Valley is proud of its lowriders and customs culture, which dates back to the early settlers, where los caballeros would adorn their saddles and parade them around the town and plaza. And whereas the passion for cars evolved from the early 1940s to present-day Española, and whereas the lowriders and customs culture emphasizes radical tooling and pneumatic suspensions, where those that have or inherit a lowrider build it from the ground up, which often takes many years and thousands of dollars to customize. And whereas artistic expression and sweeping dreams are proudly displayed with candy coats of vibrant colors, flecked with glittering tiny metal flakes, plush crushed velvet thrones, which roll on custom wire spoke wheels, where this has created a distinctive cultural root within the American social and cultural fabric. And whereas lowriders and customs culture is proud of its traditional and historical heritage, which embodies the spirit of family and faith, of which honors lost loved ones, this tradition is shared and passed throughout generations. And whereas bajito and suavecito, or low and slow, is not just a phrase, but rather a lifestyle and words to live by, equipped with hair only Aquanet hairspray could handle, and that we together are united and not divided in our culture. And whereas the uniqueness of our Northern Valley's lowriders was validated in 1992 when the Smithsonian Institution embraced a permanent exhibit in the National Museum of American History by displaying lowriders from our valley and declaring the city of Española as the lowrider capital of the world. Now, therefore, I, Javier E. Sanchez, Mayor of the city of Española, New Mexico, in recognition
of lowriders and customs culture whose expression and traditions have become a part of the Valley's identity and have influenced generations and enthusiasts alike, do hereby proclaim this month of July 2020 as Lowrider Month in the city of Espanola, New Mexico. Apologize for the tardiness of this proclamation, but we wanted to make sure that we reached out to our lowrider friends and made sure that the recognition is high and that it is as proud as possible. So we wanted to make sure that that recognition doesn't go unseen and unheard. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
We'll now move on to matters from the city manager. We have department reports, please.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the governing body. Before you, I did email this report to all governing members on Friday, and also it's hyperlinked. But I just want to go really quick and highlight a few items that to keep you informed on. So item number one would be that the Espanola final budget for fiscal year 2021 has been reviewed and approved by the local government division director. I want to make sure that everybody knows that resolution will be present for next full council to be recorded in the minutes by DFA requirements. I just want to really recognize new employees that have been hired to the city of Espanola. We have Miss Diane Montoya, who has backfilled the much needed custodian position vacated by Mr. Joseph Martinez. We have Gerald Torres with the streets department that we currently still have one vacancy available to fill. And also Mr. Scott Frost, community services director. Former employees that have since left the city, Mr. Vincent Herrera with streets department. Of course, Mrs. Sylvia Tafoya with general services department, and Mr. Luis Herrera with a wastewater department. I want to take a really quick minute to introduce Mr. Scott Frost. Mr. Frost, if you're available to say a few words really quick to the governing body and to the public.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, hello, everyone. I wish we could meet in person. I'm Scott Frost. I was born here in the Valley. I was one of Dr. Aikes' babies, born in the Espanola Hospital, went through Espanola Public Schools. I have worked almost 3 decades in facilities and community service type roles. I come to you from serving Taos County as the facilities director. Prior to that, I had the privilege of working in Kodiak, Alaska as the facilities director for the Kodiak Area Native Association. A lot of my background is in facilities maintenance, but always that involved community service, scheduling the buildings, scheduling events, making sure that the facilities were used to their greatest capacity. And so it's really an honor to come back home and hopefully bring some good things that I've learned over the years and use it here in my hometown. Just want to thank everyone for this opportunity, and my door is always open. I'm happy to visit with anyone, anytime. And I have a lot of learning to do from all of you who've been here for a lot longer than me, but I'm really excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frost. Moving forward, I know that time is of the essence. I just want to inform the governing body that the mural of Rodolfo Anaya is currently being worked on at the Senior Center by a very talented young artist and to be placed at the north exterior wall of the library here in the next coming weeks. I also want to inform the governing body that we've collaborated with Santa Fe County and Rio Arriba County to get together and submit the grant for the CARES Act that was brought to us very short notice. I want to thank the staff that coordinated this to get in the application within the deadline on August 7th. We should hear any news on this within the next 2 to 3 weeks. Also, we're in the process of looking at getting some FEMA reimbursement. We've met with individuals from FEMA. They're telling us that everything's a little bit of on a backlog, but we're looking at about a month to a month and a half out to see if we can get any funds coming to the city on that behalf. Another thing too, and I think Mr. Mayor Pro Temp and also Chair from the Public Works Committee, they did a drive-through. The committee itself did a drive-through through all the streets, pinpointing which streets needed priority and attention to facilitate and place certain funds that are available to that. That happened. Also, State Road 76, the opening bid for the contract shall be preside on August 13th. It'll be this Thursday. I just want to give that information out that we will be looking to get a contractor filled by that position by August 13th. Also, the streets department just finished today, as a matter of fact, filling potholes in Bellas Lane, Zuni Lane, Camino Santa Cruz, and North Coronado patchwork for today. Also, North Prince trees removed on north end of property. With that said, I kind of gave a real quick highlight on what happened and what's going on. I open to any questions in regards to department reports.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Manny Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. You stated that for the State Road 76 project that you're now for the opening bids and you should have one by August 13th. Was that correct?
That's correct, Councilor.
When do you anticipate actual construction in that area?
So we're looking around mid-September if all goes as planned. But right now with COVID being an issue right now, it could extend that a little bit longer, but we're looking at awarding and construction, possibly boots on the ground mid to late September.
Would it be possible to either post some sort of poster in that area just to let people know when that construction will begin?
Of course, Councilor, we do have a couple of mobile marquees that the streets have that we can put along that State Road 76 to start informing the public that construction will commence here in the near future, and I believe that we can coordinate that with the NMDOT as well.
Thank you. There's several residents in that area that are very excited for this to come in, so they call me almost every day just asking when can we connect to the city. So thank you. I'll make sure and let them know that it will be coming soon now in September. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Seeing no other comments, thank you, City Manager. You can go on.
Thank you, Mayor. So the next item on your agenda is the selection of Ethics Board. With that said, members of the governing body, Honorable Mayor, an ethics complaint was filed with the city clerk and has been determined by an investigative committee to warrant a full hearing before the city's Board of Ethics. The ethics complaint is against one member of the city council. The investigative committee met earlier this month to consider the ethics complaint and has determined that it warrants a full hearing before the full Board of Ethics. The city's code requires that I, as the city manager, appoint the Board of Ethics at the next regular meeting following this determination by the investigative committee. Tonight is that meeting followed by the investigative committee's determination. I will now appoint the Board of Ethics pursuant to the procedures set forth by the city code. The Board of Ethics is composed of 5 persons selected from the pool of names that the City Council and Mayor submitted to me. I have received a total of 10 names from various city councilors and the mayor. However, since 2 of those names are from the city councilor that is the subject of the ethics complaint, I have removed the 2 names submitted by the councilor from the drawing. The 8 names are placed in this hat. So I will go ahead and select them on through now and this live stream. So
Mayor, excuse me.
Yes, Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez.
I have an issue with this whole situation right here being done. I wasn't aware that first of all, in being real and being realistic, not only one counselor was being questioned for an ethics violation, but apparently there were 2 counselors, me being one of them, that were under an ethics inquisition. And the issue for me is that I was never told that there was an ethics violation filed against me. In fact, I was shocked to find out when I found out that it had already been heard by the committee. In the United States of America, you're supposed to know what charges are being filed against you. That's the right way to do things. I'm not sure that the other person has been notified officially of any ethics violation. And I haven't put the names of the persons that I wish to be on this council, on this board, because I was one of the persons being looked at. So how is that even fair? I haven't put the 2 names that I want to put in there. So I don't think this should be done yet. I think you should wait and table this for another meeting.
Honorable Mayor, members of the governing body, I will refer to our city attorney to clarify on this.
Okay, we'll refer to Jonas, who is on Zoom somewhere.
Hi, Mayor, members of the governing body. We are following the city code here. The city code provides that only after formation of the Board of Ethics should the complaint then be served upon the subject of the ethics complaint. There is nothing in the city code that provides for service or notification of an ethics complaint until the investigative committee has made a determination on whether the ethics board should hear the complaint, and then the Board of Ethics has been appointed by the city manager. At that point in the process, there is a process to serve the complaint in accordance with city code on the subject of the ethics complaint. At that point, the subject of the ethics complaint retains all due process rights to file an answer or a response to the ethics complaint, and then the Board of Ethics will adopt procedures and rules guiding the process. And at that point, if there's any objection to the process, that would be the time that those objections would be raised. It is not the time.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying concerning the process. But I do believe that when somebody has an ethics violation thrown at them, that they should have at least the knowledge that they're being looked at for a certain issue. When you find out through the grapevine that an ethics committee sat and listened to something about you, it's a little overwhelming, to be honest with you.
I can understand that, Counselor.
Yeah.
I would tell you that this process is very similar to a grand jury process.
Right.
Where the defendant doesn't have any right or even the defense lawyer to be in the room with the grand jury as the grand jury makes the first step. So there is precedence for this elsewhere in American jury.
Okay, but if you were under a grand jury indictment, sir, the grand jury would notify you, letting you know that you are being investigated by a grand jury, yes or no?
I don't know. I'm just,
yes.
All I have in front of me is the process that the city code sets forth.
Okay, so I don't disagree with you, sir, on any of what you're saying. My concern is that being that I was the subject of one of those people, I held back from putting my 2 names in until I had something from the city telling me that I had been cleared of those through that committee process, which I never have received. I never have received that from the city. So that's the reason.
The city code does not provide for any notice until the investigative committee has made a determination that the Board of Ethics should hear the charge.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to table this until the next meeting so that I have an opportunity to put 2 names in the hat. I think that's fair and just.
So we have a motion to table the item at hand, which is the selection of the Ethics Board from Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez. And we have a second from Councilor Denise Benavides. Do we have any discussion? Councilor Dennis Tim Salazar, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mayor, I'd just like to question, is this even an action item that we could vote on, because it's matters from the city manager? I just want to verify.
That's a good question that Jonas, if you could address.
Sure. Well, I think that the agenda item is for the selection of the Ethics Board. It certainly does not require any action by the City Council. So I would say that it's not a motion that's related to an item that's on the agenda. If I could back up for a minute and you know, these names that are part of this pool of individuals should have been gathered a long time ago.
Yes.
And they should have been gathered right, you know, after the election. We were not council to the city, so we don't know why the city council was never informed of this requirement in the city code. So we had to sort of rush the gathering of the names. But we did, I believe, leave plenty of time for city councilors to submit those names.
Not if you were holding back because you felt that you were part of that situation. The thing is this, is that I've been on the council for 8 years. This is my 9th year. I don't know about Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Tim Salazar, if he's ever submitted names prior to this at all. I don't think it's ever been done. As long as I've been a councilor, I've never submitted names before. So this is something totally new to me. I've never seen this before. I mean, it's always been in the code. We've always known it was there. There was rumor of it coming up once before, but it's never come up. This is something that is very new and very targeted.
We have a question from Councilor Denise Benavides.
I think in all fairness, we did receive notification when the first council had the ethics complaint against him. Why we didn't receive any notice at all, in all fairness, about the second complaint involving Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez is beyond me. I think it's been a habit of how things get done around here, and it needs to stop. It's unfair, it's targeted, it's personal, and again, it needs to stop. And the other thing that I disagreed with from day one was the time frame. To me, the ordinance is clear. The time frame for the complaint to have been heard against one of the counselors is far past. And I think, again, bringing it up now, way past. It's been what, 5 months at least? I mean, to me, it's crazy. There's something called due process. I don't think that we've done any of that. I think that we kind of do things that we want to do. We play by the skin of our you-know-whats around here. And again, it needs to stop. This is a business. We are professionals. It needs to be done in a professional manner, and it needs to be done correctly. I think if we go back and we read that ordinance, it's all in the interpretation. And attorney or no attorney, it's in the interpretation. And I think that Councilor Peggy Sue is correct. It's unfair. Several of us did not submit names. I submitted names, 2 days ago? And because I disagreed and I had concerns, and I emailed those concerns to the city manager, which he sent to the attorney, which I never heard from the attorney. Apparently they went through the city manager because they didn't feel like talking to me or answering my questions or my concerns, which again, totally incorrect, because these attorneys, they work for this council as they do for this community. So again, that needs to stop. We need to figure out what we're doing, and we need to figure it out quick, because it is disrespectful and it is personally attacking city councilors, of whom are our teammates. And that's how this should be looked upon. It's ridiculous. I agree that until it is clarified and cleared, we cannot go forward.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Justin Salazar Torres.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, we're held to a higher standard where we sit. Secondly is we had several months to submit names and so forth, because I do concur with Councilor Benavides. We had a chance to do that. We had plenty of time. If councilors withheld, well, that's on them. Secondly is I want to know, because I know that there's a motion on the floor in a second. Can we read the ordinance and get clarification to know? Because to me, it sounds like this is the discretion of the city manager at this very moment, which I don't think we need to vote on right now. If we may, add some other
You have
notes.
a motion that supersedes all motions to table the issue. You have a second. It supersedes everything. The discussion concerning
Ma'am, I had the floor, ma'am. And my next question then, because many councilors during several processes, even the hiring of chief, are we breaking code? Are we doing this? Are we breaking ordinance? Are we, this and that? Well, now what are we doing now at this moment as well? Those are my questions. Thank you, sir. I'm done.
Councilor Manny Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, Councilor Torres kind of stated where I was going to go towards, which was that we were notified several months ago to submit names. I submitted those names probably within the first week of getting that notification. If we choose to ignore emails from our city manager, that's also being disrespectful if he's requesting something from us. And at that point is when we should be asking questions. There's been other issues that have come up towards this. I mean, we're asking now for a vote, and Councilor just already gave her answer before the vote. You know, where does that go from there? So if we're gonna be held to a higher standard, it's got to start somewhere. Again, I haven't been on the council as long as our Mayor Pro Tem, whether there's been an ethics board in the past. And I would like to hear from him because he has been our longest counselor here. Has there been an ethics board in the past? You know, when I myself read the policy, because the code was sent to us with that request to submit names. And when I looked at it, it was pretty vague. And I even thought to myself, wow, we need to look at this ethics code and revamp it and bring some stuff that needs to be taken care of. But I did submit those names. But I would like to hear from our Mayor Pro Tem on this.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Manny Martinez. Back in 2006, when Joseph Maestas became mayor, within that year, the city manager's office did request for each council member to name members of the community for an ethics board. So again, within that first year, so each councilor did submit 2 names at the time. We did have an ethics board during the entire time of Joseph Maestas's term as mayor. To my recollection, I do not recall any city councilor ever being, you know, having to go before that ethics board, but there was an ethics board. Even I remember clearly the 2 names that I, you know, that I brought up at that time. So we did have an ethics board, and that again was the first, within the first year, probably even with the 6 months of Mayor Joseph Maestas's term as mayor. I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to interject here. If there was a failing of recognizing and naming the ethics board when this administration first took office, then that is on me. That was something that I didn't know about, quite frankly, when I was sort of put into the position to elect certain officials and name certain boards. The ethics board wasn't one of them. So if I failed to look at the ordinance, then that was on me. So what city manager has been doing since the first question came up is trying to create that ethics board that should have been done at the very beginning. So since it wasn't, I do honestly feel like, yes, it is problematic, because what we're doing is creating an ethics board for a very specific case. And I do have a problem with that, because it looks targeted, it looks specific, and we're certainly asking for names for a very particular case, and I have a problem with that. It doesn't mean, however, that in the ordinance that things were mishandled, or that's certainly the way that things have taken place. As was mentioned, city manager had requested names quite some time ago. So it's not as if this was just sprung up on us. If we have a question with that process, then we need to question that in full transparency. But
Mayor, I don't think waiting a week or till the next.
Councilor, may I at least finish, please?
Sure.
I think that there are some real issues that we need to look at. And if that is going to be a part of that, then I'm going to go back to Jonas and ask whether or not the tabling of this is okay to do, and that way we can have the time that's necessary to look at it.
Thank you.
And we also have Ms. Nancy Long here as well.
As Jonas has been looking at this, I know there are some time issues, and certainly some that the counselors have alluded to. And in terms of when this complaint has to go to the ethics committee, I've heard some concerns. I do think that your ethics code is something the city should look at. and now that we've been through the process, we can certainly point out where we think there could be some improvement and perhaps some more transparency in all of this. But our attempt was just to follow what was there. And so I'm concerned that if we do, I don't think there's any problem in putting this off for a couple of weeks if there's not a sort of a violation of when the committee has to get this complaint. And I know Jonas and maybe the city manager have those timelines in front of them.
Yes,
Jonas, go
Nancy,
ahead,
thank
Jonas.
you. Yeah, the city code requires that the Board of Ethics, after it's been formed, has to hold a hearing within 60 days after receipt of the complaint. But there's another 60-day provision in here that sort of conflicts with that, because it also says that the complaint needs to be heard within 60 days of filing the complaint, but that's impossible to do. You can't meet both deadlines because to form the Board of Ethics takes a while. So I think that if the city wanted to hold off on forming the Board of Ethics until all city councilors had a chance to submit names, in the interest of fairness, we just won't be able to send the complaint, so it won't trigger the time. But it will make the process longer. And as Councilor Benavides recognized, the process has taken us a long time, but that's because there was no pool of individuals for us to form the Board of Ethics timely. So we've been sort of trying to work as best we can through the city code, adhere to it the best we can, while also moving the process forward. I agree with Nancy that I don't think it would be a problem to put this off for a few weeks to allow councilors to submit those names, and then we will form the Board of Ethics, and that 60-day timeline will apply from that date.
We have a comment from Councilor Denise Benavides.
In addition to that, because the ordinance is not specific, I think that we should also all be able to know who the names of each counselor were before they get put in that hat. So that in all fairness, and because I trust no one when it comes to business, I'm sorry, I think we should know who the names are. We should be ensured that they're going into that hat before this election is made, because transparency is key.
Do we have any other comments? Councilor John Ritchie. Do you have a microphone?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a friendly amendment to the motion is a date specific, because since it was just asked to be tabled, I asked that it be date specific.
Councilor Peggy Sue, are you okay with tabling it to the next meeting?
I don't have an issue with it going to the next meeting, Mayor. That's fine.
Thank you, Councilor.
So date specific would be
25th, I believe. The 25th, August 25th.
that's fine, Mayor. Thank you, John. Thank you, Councilor Ritchie.
Very good. We have a second, a motion from Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez and a second from Councilor Denise Benavides. Can we take a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Dorothy Didi Valdez,
In favor.
Counselor Justin Salazar Torres,
In favor.
Counselor John Ramon Vihil,
In favor.
Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Tim Salazar,
In favor.
Counselor Denise D. Benavides,
In favor.
Counselor Manuel J. Martinez,
In favor?
Counselor John L. Ritchie,
In favor.
Counselor Peggy Sue Martinez.
In favor. Thank you all.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Okay, so just for the record, that was a motion to table the selection of the Ethics Board until the August 25th meeting. So we'll now move on to items proposed for council consideration, discussion items, and action items. We have the approval of the annual inventory certification sheets for the fiscal year 2019-20. This will be presented by Procurement Officer Ms. Josephine Velasquez. Ms. Velasquez, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the governing body. I come before you to present the fixed assets for fiscal year 2019 and 2020. Before we begin, I would like to clarify that this year, due to COVID, it was in the best interest to keep social distancing in place, and so an internal wall-to-wall inventory was not conducted. What you have before you are the fixed assets, which is what our auditors, Ritchie and Company, are concerned with. Also note that as per this year, we have not done the depreciation schedule. This is something that we will prepare for our PBC submissions. And what we are certifying, or what I am certifying as your assets manager and procurement officer, is that all items on this list are accounted for and that they are in our fiscal possession. Any items that have been removed have gone through the process of the resolution, or they are in the process of being placed on the auction for future purposes. I would also like to note that the wall-to-wall inventory will be presented in the future, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. Councilors.
Motion to approve, sir.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilor Justin Salazar Torres for approval with a second from Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Tim Salazar for discussion. Do we have any? Seeing none, we will take a roll call vote for the approval of the annual inventory certification for 2019-20. Can we take a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Peggy Sue Martinez,
In favor.
Counselor John L. Ritchie,
In favor.
Counselor Manuel J. Martinez,
In favor?
Counselor Denise D. Benavides,
In favor.
Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Tim Salazar,
In favor.
Counselor John Ramon Vihil,
In favor.
Counselor Justin Salazar Torres,
In favor.
Counselor Dorothy Didi Valdez.
In favor.
Motion carries.
We'll now move on to the approval of Department of Justice Bureau of Justice Assistance Grant Award for 2018-BC-PX-0032 for Espanola Police Department Body Camera Enhancement Program and approval of purchase of body cameras. We have the presentation by the Grants Manager, Ms. Diane Hawkes, and Deputy Chief Jack Jones.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the governing body. We're here this evening respectfully requesting approval of the purchase of the body cams as indicated in our packet material. Sometime last year, I don't remember exactly, we received this grant funding. The police department has also taken great steps in implementing body cam policies, things of that nature, et cetera, working with policy people in Washington to implement these. We are at the stage in the game that we're ready to spend money. And because this purchase is over $25,000, we are here requesting approval of this purchase. This purchase will be funded with DOJ money in addition to funds from PD's 124 fund. There is a 16% match. So of this $88,000 purchase, the grant will cover $74,410.89, and the 124 fund will cover $14,173.50. Motion to approve, sir.
We have two motions for approval from Councilor Justin Salazar Torres and Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez, with a second from Councilor John Ritchie. For discussion, I think the first question that we'll ask is whether or not the dollar amount, the $14,000, has been budgeted and already looked at with this last year's budget.
Honorable Mayor, members of the governing body, I believe it has. I will defer to Deputy Jack Jones, Deputy Chief Jack Jones, who is also presenting with me.
Honorable Mayor, members of the Espanola City Council, it's an honor to come before you. Yes, sir, we have the matching funds that have been set aside. They've been set aside for approximately 18 months now. We wanted to do this last year when we were able to rewrite our body cam policy. And now we have the opportunity, since we've rewritten it and it meets all the standards of the state and what is required in Senate Bill 8 and what's required in the federal law on the side for us to wear body cams and purchase these body cams. We've gone forward to look at different body cams. We're getting 40 of them that will replace the ones that we have now because they're old and antiquated. And we've got the ability to do this now. And this was all approved with the Public Safety Committee with Chairman John Salazar Torres on August 5th. And it was discussed then.
Thank you very much for that succinct answer. We appreciate it, Deputy Chief. We have a question from Councillor Denise Benavides.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. Within the grant itself, the administration, I noticed that the grant did require some training. I don't know if that's been done. And it also required us to sign up with a federal system called SAM. I just want to make sure that we've done that because I know that's really important. If we don't do that, it will affect the grant and the funding of that. So, that's just my question.
Councilwoman Benavides and Honorable Mayor and council members, yes, we've met the requirements for the training. The training has been established this last year, and we're certified and we're able to make that happen. And we've performed all of the necessary equipment and the paperwork to get this done.
Councilor Benavides, Honorable Mayor, with respect to SAM.gov, we've actually been registered with SAM.gov for many years because that's what actually enables us to apply for federal grants and receive the funding.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. We have a question from Councillor Justin Salazar Torres.
Thank you, Mayor. More of a comment. Just want to let everybody know during our Public Safety Committee meeting, as we discussed this, one of the important issues that did come up was that I believe Councilor Peggy Sue brought up that it had a redaction software that came along with it. But one of the things that we instructed, I think in unison, that it protect that we protect the integrity of minors and victims of sexual crimes, and that we get this because I know it passed its legislation now, but that we get better clarification because I'm all for protecting the integrity and dignity of individuals with this whole new legislation that went through. Thank you.
Councilor Justin J. Salazar Torres and council members, yes, this has redaction capability, and we have the ability to look at driver's license, social security numbers, and pictures and keeping minors out of it. We have the opportunity to use a new software that comes with this so that we can move forward with it, and it will serve us well for the next 5 years.
Thank you,
And
DC.
if I may, sir, one of the other things that was asked was the procurement. It was done by a state vendor, and it was done within the state itself, and all within the state requirements.
Thank you, DC. Do we have any other further questions or comments? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor and a second for the approval of the Department of Justice Bureau of Justice Assistance Grant. Can we take a roll call vote, please?
Councillor Dorothy Didi Valdez,
In favor.
Councillor Justin Salazar Torres,
In favor.
Councillor John Ramon Vigil,
In favor of the motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Tim Salazar,
In favor.
Councillor Denise D. Benavides,
In favor.
Councillor Manuel J. Martinez,
In favor?
Councillor John L. Ritchie,
In favor.
Councillor Peggy Sue Martinez.
In favor. Could the minutes also reflect the amount coming out of the budget and the amount coming from a grant, please? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to Resolution 2020-21, a City of Espanola resolution supporting a government-to-government transfer of fire equipment to OK Owinge Pueblo. We have a presentation by Interim Fire Chief, Mr. Ron Padilla.
Hello, everybody. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the governing body. We have been having discussions with OK Owinge. We do have a 1991 Ford old brush truck. We're having this truck is fully depreciated. It's still working, and to assist them on wildland mitigation. And we are a lack of space within our structures in the fire department. We would like to do a government to government agency and turn this truck over to OK Winga. They will assist us on any type of wildland fires that we have within the city, and we will, with our fireland, our wildland, and our wildland trucks, we will assist them, and it'll give it a good place to stay and free up some well-needed space for our units here within the city.
Motion to approve, sir.
Second.
Have a motion from Councilor Justin Salazar Torres and a second from Councilor Manny Martinez for discussion. Councilor Manny Martinez.
I'm just glad to see how we're working together with our neighbors to make sure everybody has the equipment needed, especially to fight and combat these fires during this particular time, especially since we always seem to be in a drought, no matter how much rain we do get from time to time. So I'm really glad to see that we're working together. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Justin Salazar Torres.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll reiterate what Councilor Manny Martinez said. It was a great thing. We had a chief and a couple firefighters that went along to meet with OK Winga and along with myself as the chair of public safety. And it was great building those bonds with our neighbors and helping each other out. It was a really, really good thing to do. And hopefully great things are yet to come. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Can we take a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Peggy Sue Martinez,
In favor.
Counselor John L. Ritchie,
In favor.
Counselor Manuel J. Martinez,
In favor?
Counselor Denise D. Benavides,
In favor.
Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Tim Salazar,
In favor.
Counselor John Ramon Vigil,
In favor.
Counselor Justin Salazar Torres,
Absolutely in favor.
Counselor Dorothy Didi Valdez.
In favor.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. I lost my agenda. Okay, we'll now move on to Resolution 2020-22, a City of Espanola resolution adopting the Fairview Lane Corridor Safety Improvement Plan. We have a presentation by Planner Allison Gillette and Shannon Glendenning of NMDOT and Jim Townsend of Wilson and Company.
Thank you. I'm gonna let Shannon and Jim and then Joseph Moriarty, also from NMDOT, kind of take over from here. But we're excited to present this plan to the council and to kind of get your guys' endorsement and support for, hey, there it is, for a safer, healthier, more friendly area for the Fairview Lane. So Shannon.
Great. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the governing body. My name is Shannon Glendenning, and like Allison said, I work with the New Mexico Department of Transportation as the Active Transportation Programs Team Supervisor, which oversees several funding programs as well as the Bicycle Pedestrian Equestrian Program. This evening, I'm also here with Joseph Moriarty from NMDOT. He is the planning liaison for several MPOs and RTPOs in New Mexico, including Northern Pueblos RTPO, and Jim Townsend with Wilson and Company, here to present the findings of the corridor safety plan and what that process was like. So we were looking at the Fairview Lane corridor between US 285 or Paseo de Onate to McCurdy Road. Is just about 2 miles of road that we were looking at. Allison and I started talking about this project at a training that I helped coordinate with the Federal Highway Administration about developing a pedestrian safety action plan. And we were discussing this corridor and how it's such a critical connection in the community. An opportunity arose where we have Highway Safety Improvement Program funds available through an on-call with Wilson and Company. That's how Jim was involved, to develop a regional transportation safety plan. And the goals were to understand and improve, identify opportunities to improve the roadway for all roadway users, for motorists, bicyclists, pedestrians, and transit users, all who frequent this corridor. And it also touches a broad cross-section of this community. So we thought a planning process would really help address some of these issues for everybody. Working with the team, we had Richard Hubler and Allison Gillette from the city, as well as fantastic staff who were really critical in informing this plan. Joe and I were the NMDOT leads, and then Jim Townsend was the principal planner on this project as we developed this plan. And I want to thank all of you who attended and participated in this process. I recognize a lot of your faces and names. I'm glad to see this final result. Next slide, please. Now, a little bit of background is on the Fairview corridor, there's a high rate of crashes, majority at intersections, and a decent proportion that include pedestrians, and there's, I think, opportunities to make improvements along the way. Now, this plan was 100% funded through NMDOT's programming of the Highway Safety Improvement Program. So we just needed the time and dedication of the city staff, and we definitely had that along the way. The planning process, we started looking at the data along the corridor, including traffic counts, bike counts, pedestrian counts. We looked at crash histories, and it started identifying the trends that what was going on along the corridor. A lot of you were involved in the stakeholder groups to involve all reaches of the community to understand how people use the roadways and how it could be improved, as well as involving the public. And we went to develop a plan to improve safety for all roadway users. So now Jim will describe how this plan fits into the larger picture of safety in New Mexico and how we try to advance these initiatives at NMDOT, and then also provide a description of the recommendations.
Thank you, Shannon. So in 2016, NMDOT completed the Strategic Highway Safety Plan. And what this plan does is it establishes the focus areas, the important areas that really need to be addressed in terms of roadway safety. And so the plan identified a number of high priority emphasis areas and priority emphasis areas. And the emphasis areas that are circled in green directly relate to the crashes that are on the Fairview corridor. What this means for you as a community is it starts to open up opportunities for funding, because there's consistency between what's happening on Fairview and the priorities for the state. Go ahead and next slide, please. So this graphic shows where the crashes are occurring on the corridor. You know, it's not too surprising that most of the crashes are occurring at the two signals over at 285 and at Riverside. In fact, that accounts for a little over 160 crashes out of 240 total that we looked at in a 5-year analysis period. Now, you know, the corridor saw one fatal crash at Railroad, but there are other memorials on the corridor. So those memorials represent fatalities that occurred outside of our analysis period, but they're still being accounted for as part of our analysis. We know something happened there, and it, you know, attention needs to be made at these locations. There were also 9 serious injury crashes on the corridor. So, you know, there's a lot of activity that is actually drawing resources to address these crashes. Every time a crash happens, there's something else that police cannot respond to. So, from a pure community expense side of things, the fewer crashes the more crashes that are mitigated due to safety improvements on the corridor, the further your dollars are going in your community. Next slide, please. So this slide outlines where the crashes were specifically and compares them, the intersections to the segments. And you can see the hot spots on the corridor. One thing that was somewhat surprising was on the east side of the corridor between Riverside and McCurdy, there's probably twice as many crashes in that segment as the more traveled segment to the west of Riverside. Taos Lane also had a lot more than expected crashes at that intersection, and there happens to be a transit stop there as well. Next slide, please. So we had a number of opportunities for stakeholders to provide input, comments, thoughts, opinions throughout the process. We had a workshop, we had open house, we had an online forum, we had a survey where residents could provide comments back to the team. And the comments were actually great comments that weren't necessarily focused at any one location, but they provided input throughout the corridor, which is great for a study like this. So we have a comprehensive set of recommendations, and next slide, please, that are in the next slide, please. So back one, if you can. Okay, never mind. Next slide then. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead. So we have a comprehensive set of recommendations that relate to various, what I'm classifying as safety themes, relating to how pedestrians cross the street or are managed along the street, enhanced ADA accommodation so that anybody can safely walk or in some cases have a wheelchair and get from point A to point B safely, access transit. There are stops on the corridor that are very difficult to get to and in some cases do not have sidewalks. Some of the intersections really should be enhanced to improve safety for everybody. As a part of the segment related recommendations, access management with medians is highly recommended, both in terms of being able to reduce the number of potential conflict areas where vehicles enter in the traffic, as well as providing an area for pedestrians to have a refuge halfway across the street so they don't have to cross the whole street at one time. There were several comments about lighting along the corridor, both in terms of roadway lighting and pedestrian level lighting. And then a recommendation for a multi-use path along the whole corridor. Next slide, please. Click for the next slide, please. There we go. So in the report, there are 5 pages of detailed recommendations that we identified could enhance safety for all roadway users on the corridor. And included with those recommendation pages were the stakeholder and community member comments that go along with this plan. Those detailed recommendations are really the first step that help you take the next steps towards implementation. And Shannon's going to go through some of those opportunities. And go ahead and view the next slide, please.
Great, thank you, Jim. So in my role, I oversee 3 funding programs at DOT: the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Improvement Program, CMAQ, the Transportation Alternatives Program, and the Recreational Trails Program. All 3, just these types of projects fit under the umbrella really well, and being able to develop this plan, as well as coming from the funder perspective, this really sets the city up to implement these recommendations and pursue funding opportunities. It includes a really comprehensive list of funding programs and what types of projects could fit under those funding eligibilities, as well as a nice detailed list of what those costs are. And that's really helpful for the next steps. Another funding source that this planning process was funded with is the Highway Safety Improvement Program, and that would require coordination with the District 5, as well with the city to figure out what projects they want to pursue in the next several years. There's also other great resources that can help inform what types of funding programs you go after. We have a great tribal local public agency handbook, and we can coordinate with the city staff about what that looks like, so you have a firm understanding, as well as great opportunities with state funding that may come aboard. This really gets you at that point where you're ready to apply. Next slide, please. So what are the next steps is the city, you can identify opportunities for community, or the community can identify priorities, set short and midterm and long-term project lists, and also use it to secure funding. Really encourage everyone to continue our coordination across agencies, as well as participation in the Northern Pueblos RTPO. And hopefully this is a really useful tool for folks to discuss improving safety in the community. It's what could be applied to this corridor, but there's also some great systemic approaches and improvements that can be made everywhere in the community. And now there's this toolbook about what can be implemented and what's possible. And I encourage everyone to keep working with partners and implement the safety solutions. So hopefully with your endorsement tonight, it gets us moving. And with that, we stand for any questions from the governing body.
Councillor John Ramon Vijil.
Thank you. First off, did we look at any of the drainage issues? I know that we always have on the west end of Fairview Lane. We have runoff that runs into Angel Duran Drive and it floods there. That's my first question. I'll start.
Well, that comment did come up and is documented as part of the stakeholder input. And so as projects are furthered and pursued, any kind of design work would and should address those drainage issues.
Okay. Another thing is on that right of way off of the street that runs parallel Angel Duran Drive, the neighbors have taken it upon themselves to cut the right of way fencing, and sometimes they access Fairview Lane from the right of way, causing a big traffic jam. What happens is they come across the bridge and people are going at a really large rate of speed because the road widens out, and then you have sometimes people coming off of that right of way. So any possibility of what we're going to do there would be important, is working on the fencing and making more of a permanent solution to that.
Yes, in fact, one of the recommendations that's in the report is to include a roundabout at the Railroad Drive intersection, the Railroad Avenue intersection, and include a leg up to Angel Duran Drive.
Right.
Oh, I was just going to say, I understand that is a county facility, so there would be some multi-jurisdictional coordination to actually make that happen.
One last final one. I bike this on a consistent basis. Tonight I actually didn't get to do it, but traffic is really high there, especially when they take the right turn off of Paseo Doñate and they're coming east. And then the road is pretty narrow at the top after the light coming off the Chama Highway. And then it just, like I said, it widens out and it's just a mess. And it would be very nice if we can look at bike lanes there as well and trying to create that pedestrian corridor, not just for sidewalks, but I really hope that we can start working towards at least making the west side bike friendly. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor John Ritchie.
I motion to continue discussion, motion for resolution 2022 adopting the Fairview Lane corridor.
I second.
Thank you, Councilor. We have a motion from Councilor John Ritchie to adopt the resolution 2020-22 and a second from Councilor Manny Martinez. We have a question from Councilor Manny Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, I noticed that you're looking at a roundabout for the area into Railroad Avenue instead of a light. Would we be looking at lowering the speed within that whole from Fairview, as far as from 285 all the way down to 68 or all the way on to McCurdy Road?
That should be part of that design process. It's not something that's an automatic, but the spacing between Railroad and 285 is too close for another signal. As you put signals in too close together, it really can impact safety and operations. So a roundabout at that location could actually help dramatically reduce speeds on that corridor, even with the current posted speed limit.
Thank you. On just another question for the shared paths, bike paths, and or sidewalks, would we be looking at that within the road easement that's already there, or would we be looking at the easement of the property that's not developed yet as part of the road? Off to both shoulders?
Yeah, based on the information that we had, the recommended strategy for the multi-use path on the north side of the road would all be in the existing right-of-way.
Thank you.
Councilor and Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Tim Salazar.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would just like to thank Allison Gillette, Richard Hubler, and the planning staff for their hard work, in reference to all this in the preparation. I'd also like to thank Jim Townsend from Wilson and Company, along with Joe Moriarty and Shannon from NMDOT. I think your guidance has really helped, your hard work, and the feedback, the details to this plan. It's been amazing. By the way, hi Shannon, hi Joe, long time no see. Also, in reference to the RTPO, this question might be for Joe. Going to the RTPO website, I've noticed that this RTPO staff has not kept up with the minutes archive. The last ones I see in January. I would like to see just of course, I like to keep up with the minutes archive from the RTPO website because of course, City of Espanola is personally affected, especially for the Northern Pueblo side of it. So, so with that said, again, just thank you all for your hard work and we appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Councilor Justin Salazar Torres.
Thank you, Mayor. This is great. It's exciting to see this flourish. The only, of course, I'm going to nag again is I hope my counterpart in District 4, as well as our counterparts that share McCurdy Road, agree that if we can do something like this for McCurdy Road, that would be great. We are dying for this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor. We have a motion from Councilor John Ritchie and a second from Councilor Manny Martinez.
I have my hand raised,
You have
Mayor.
a hand raised, yes. I just noticed that. My apologies, Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez.
It's okay. It's okay. I understand.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate what my fellow councilors have talked about and just letting NMDOT know that any projects that happen here in Espanola, we're very grateful for, especially here on the Fairview corridor. That's one of the most dangerous roads. We look forward to the new lighting. We look forward to the safety of it. I also want to thank the engineers as did the Mayor Pro Tem. I want to thank Councilor John Ramon Vigil, Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Tim, and myself attended the meetings. I also would like to thank the public that participated in the meetings and provided the input. And I also would like to thank the staff of Planning and Zoning for all their hard work in making this happen. So we certainly appreciate all the hard work that's coming to make this project possible. And we look forward to this and future projects. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other comments? We have a motion from Councilor John Ritchie for approval as well as a second from Councilor Manny Martinez. Can we take a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Tim Salazar,
For the motion.
Councilor Denise D. Benavides,
For the motion.
Councilor John Ramon Vigil,
For the motion.
Councilor Justin Salazar Torres,
In favor.
Councilor Manuel J. Martinez,
In favor?
Councilor John L. Ritchie,
In favor.
Councilor Dorothy Didi Valdez,
For the motion.
Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez.
For the motion.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to Resolution 2020-23, a City of Espanola resolution reconsidering the locally preferred alternative for Segment A of the Espanola Main Street Study, control number 51-00041. You have a presentation by Planning Director, Mr. Richard Hubler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So we come before you this evening regarding a resolution about the Plaza intersection. Some of you, at least one of you, may recall about 8-10 years ago when this first came through the city and the DOT started working on this project. Obviously, it's been kind of on the back burner on their side for the intervening years. One of the things that came to our, I should start by saying that DOT has found some funding to move forward on this project in this fiscal year. And so they picked up right where they left off. And that was a bit problematic on our end from a planning perspective because it did not adequately reflect both the changes in the community that have happened over the past decade or so, as well as kind of the changes in focus. Some of the things we've done more recently regarding the MRA, Plaza redevelopment, some downtown master plans, our more recent comprehensive plan.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hubler, before you go on, could you please either get closer to the microphone or adjust the audio, please?
Absolutely. Is that any better?
Slightly. And slow down just a little bit, sir.
All right. I was trying to be fast for our main event later on. Recapping just a little bit, for those of you that may remember, this plan has been in the works for a long time. It was put on hold by DOT. They have recently found some funding to proceed. They're picking right up where they left off, and some things have changed in our community in the intervening years. So we had a meeting with DOT back in February, did a walkthrough with about 60 of their staff and other departments, looking at the existing conditions on site, looking at the preferred alternative from the 2013 study. And it became apparent to city staff following that we needed to engage with them again about a better option. So that's what this resolution does, is it asks the DOT basically to take a quick pause, to evaluate the different alternatives that were identified in the 2013 study, and then to proceed with the best one forward. And we're recommending, in collaboration with one of our planning commissioners and community residents, who's also a transportation planner and has a lot of experience with DOT and other jurisdictions, we are asking that they like I said, take a pause, verify that the path that they're moving forward is the best path. So I'm going to bring on at this point Mr. Eric Martinez, one of our planning commissioners and transportation engineer. He's just going to speak very briefly for a couple minutes to the points that were raised in the memo that was presented with this resolution. Eric, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and members of council. Again, my name is Eric Martinez. I'm happy to see that there's two transportation related resolutions on the agenda, which tells me that staff, the governing body, and our state government have a renewed interest with improving transportation within our city and investing in our local economy despite the current COVID situation. So I'm joining you this evening to express my support for Resolution 2020-23. I'm currently member and vice chair of the Planning Commission, but my 25-year career as a civil and transportation engineer is mainly why I support staff's recommendation for intersection alternative A1 as outlined in the staff report and resolution. The project is long overdue and has been greatly needed for some time. So I'm grateful NMDOT has decided to fund and move forward with this project. However, much time has passed since NMDOT completed the evaluation of alternative study. Since then, the city has completed its comp plan and planning staff has been fully engaged in various initiatives to improve mobility in our city, which was the subject of the prior resolution. Alternative 1A creates and complements the initiatives in a much better way as a three-way or three signal intersection offers a safer, more bike and pedestrian facility than a four-way intersection. It further promotes more efficient traffic operations and would better accommodate the heavy truck and commuter traffic on this route by creating a more continuous US 84 to 85 transportation corridor. Lastly, the alternative still supports connectivity to the city street network and the downtown area without turning local city streets into high traffic boulevards. The project will lead to a thorough design development process to work out the details, and with continued support, proceed to implementation. Alternative A1 would provide a solid foundation and opportunities for improving mobility for all transportation modes in our downtown area, and I respectfully request your support of the resolution. Thank you for your time, the opportunity to speak, and I appreciate all you do for improving infrastructure and services in our city.
Motion to approve, Mayor.
We have a motion for approval from Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez and a second from Councilor John Ramon Vigil for conversation purposes or discussion. We have a question
Under
from
this-
Councilor. I'll go to you after I go to Councilor John Ramon Vigil. Is that okay, Peggy Sue Martinez?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I can yield to you.
No, go ahead, Councilor.
Okay. I just had a question. Can you show us what the alternative, the A2 was that we don't want? Okay. Oh, wow. Look at that. That's a big difference.
And I can speak a little bit to one of the changes that we don't like. While we absolutely want to include potential future development of Railroad Avenue in the downtown plaza area, this particular plan we feel has a high probability of shuttling further through traffic onto that street, which is not necessarily in the best interest of that community or the city. And just another point to kind of the general process, we did reach out to DOT regarding the fact that we have been, considering the, changing the city support for an alternative. And I spoke with a project engineer on this this morning. We've actually got a meeting later this week with the DOT staff, including their district assistant engineer, and then also in early September with Santa Clara staff, or Santa Clara transportation planning staff, to engage their input as well, particularly related to drainage and some other issues that would involve the Pueblo. But yeah, the alternatives in our mind are that the A1 option best mirrors the master plan for the community that was originally developed in starting around 2007, that actually got us kind of the existing plaza with the gazebo in the middle, and kind of focused both visual and transportation energy to making the plaza a place to go as opposed to just a place to drive past. And that's what we'd like to capture moving forward.
Follow, Mayor.
For a follow-up, Councilor John Ramon Vigil.
So, Richard, I'm not sure if I'm sorry, it's having a hard time hearing you, but so what is the intended plan or resolution for the East Bond Street intersection there?
So
Because
that's,
a mess.
it is a mess currently. All of the existing plans in this actually took out the signal there because as Mr. Martinez indicated, those signals are too close together, and that's a huge portion of that problem. Several of the options still included some traffic in and out of Bond Street. The engineering staff at DOT is cognizant of the fact that without an intersection light there or signal, that could be problematic. So they're engaged in reviewing that access no matter what option we pick up. The only option that outright excluded it was one that involved a roundabout and took an even larger portion of the area of both the Hunter property as well as the plaza than this intersection does. It's that option there. So that one explicitly blocks access to and from Bond Street except for a right in, right out sort of scenario. And that's the only option that did. But the DOT recognizes that without a signal there, that's going to be an issue. So it's likely that no matter what we end up with, that we're going to see some changes to the Bond Street access.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. So could you touch base a little bit on the space that's going to be opened up on the highway there, Paseo de Oñate, in front of the Hunter building? That piece of property, that triangle there, piece of property belongs to the state, even when the road is not being utilized anymore. Is it possible that the city could get that piece to make that parking area of that Hunter building, that area bigger?
So Melissa, can you scroll up to alternative A1?
Uh-huh.
So any of these projects are going to involve right-of-way and right-of-way exchanges. All of them utilize some portion of existing city property. All of them no longer utilize some portion of existing state property. So it's expected on our end that we'll see an exchange, but that'll be one of the details that we work through moving forward. One of the reasons that we really liked this one is that it does provide kind of the maximum opportunity for the city to continue to develop a property that we own right there by the plaza with some of those public-private partnerships that we talked about as part of the MRA plan.
And just for the public's knowledge, this does include curb, gutter, and it is involved in the walkability plan for that downtown area?
That's absolutely correct. Yeah, the DOT will have to construct this as a complete street with curb, gutter, ADA accessibility, appropriate drainage. Those are the kinds of details that they're working through.
Awesome. Incredible job. Good job, guys.
Any other comments or questions from councilors? We have a motion from Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez and a second from Councilor John Ramon Vigil to adopt Resolution 2020-23. Can we take a roll call vote, please?
Counselor John L. Ritchie,
In favor.
Counselor Dorothy Didi Valdez,
For the motion.
Counselor Peggy Sue Martinez,
For the motion.
Counselor Justin Salazar Torres,
In favor of the motion.
Counselor John L. Ritchie, oh, I'm sorry. Counselor John Ramon Vigil,
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Counselor Manuel J. Martinez,
In favor.
Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Tim Salazar,
In favor.
Counselor Denise D. Benavides.
In favor.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the hearing, if without objection, can we take a 10-minute recess? Is there anybody who has that objection? We will take a quick 10-minute recess. The time is now 9:21 p.m.
Madam Clerk, can you hear me any better now?
And folks, there's pizza over here. So there's pizza. For reals and trulies. No, are you kidding? Angelica's the one who got it all taken care of. You can't leave me to do anything. Yep.
Spicy pizza. I have something for you. What? I just had messed in my purse and I put it in there. I know. You was all excited.
And I just say I have like one question, like say there, you have to record or whatever, so I guess they were to I guess it was like kind of he's excited.
I know, he's all excited because, you know, he's in it. So,
And it just happened like so quick, and then also they gave him like a little bit more money, and then now they're like keeping him outside.
What's up?
Awesome, that makes me so happy.
Pizza? I know I've been wanting to call you, but I had two ads pass me the same month.
Oh my God.
Love you guys. Melissa, are we about ready to begin? All right, so we are ready to go, right? Okay, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for the long wait. It is now 9:50 p.m. We are back from recess. Mics are ready to roll. Very good. So we are now at the appeal hearing, which is item number Roman numeral 11, letter L, Espanola Planning Commission, case number 2020-05, commercial site plan review for Rio Arriba County, applicant, on behalf of Darren's Place, to redevelop the property located at 807 Calle Chamizal, formerly 720 Calle Hacienda, to provide drug and alcohol treatment services. The Planning and Zoning Commission approved the site plan with 5 conditions. 2 separate appeals have been filed by Deborah Martinez at 1000 Calle Chamizal and Mary Davis at 819 Paseo Melendez. We have, first of all, a presentation by Planning Director, Mr. Richard Hubler. However, we'd like to first make sure that because this is a hearing, that we enter the hearing and that we swear in those who will be speaking. And as I will need some guidance in case there's something that I do that is run amok. We do have our city attorney in case there's something that I need to discuss at any time. So,
Honorable Mayor, if I may interject before anything gets started, I'd like to state a statement, sir.
actually, before we do that, what I was going to do as a part of our course in terms of swearing everybody in, I'd like to ask for councillor comments at that point. So do I do it after the swearing in or before, as we ask whether or not there are any other?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, you can do it before, and then we can proceed to the actual appeal where you will swear in the individuals.
Very good. So the hearing has not started, so we will start that with a gavel. But before we do, we would like to ask if there are any ex parte communications or any questions or any reasons that any of the councilors here should recuse themselves. I will start with myself having, just for the sake of disclosure, the recognition that Ms. Deborah Martinez is pretty much very close to me and a very much my sister-in-law, and we have had conversations, but none of which would deter us from, or me from making an unbiased decision. So do we have any other comments or questions from any councilors? We have Councilor Justin Salazar Torres.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor.
And I apologize one last time. Ms. Long, should I begin the hearing and then have these conversations?
Yes, you.
Okay,
you should.
so I will now call this hearing to order. It is 9:53 p.m., Tuesday, August the 11th. Councilor Justin Salazar Torres, my apologies.
Thank you, Mayor. In its letter as of yesterday, August 10th of 2020, Rio Arriba County asserted that I should recuse myself from this case based upon my receipt of several emails. Some merely described the process to the point to which I did not respond, and another was from a constituent where I merely responded with a "thank you, sir," acknowledging receipt. Honorable County Commissioners, Honorable County Attorney Adan Trujillo, I find no reason for me to recuse myself, and I do state that I have no prejudgment or bias. I am impartial as to this case. Thank you, Honorable Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Manny Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I too did also receive a letter requesting from the Rio Arriba County that I recuse myself from this hearing. And I do want to say that I did have some communication with Ms. Deborah Martinez through email, and also that I did reach out to to the Rio Arriba County Commission as to speak about the safety of the issue that I had and my constituents had with the closeness of Darren's Place moving into next to Fairview Elementary School. So those were my concerns at the time, was safety, still has always been safety of the children. But this does not at all enable myself from being able to give an impartial decision based on the facts that will be presented tonight.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Dennis Tim Salazar and Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I too received a letter from Rio Arriba County stating, that I should recuse myself as well. I would like to state for the record that back in July of last year, with the advice from our city attorney, I abstained due to a potential conflict of interest due to my employment at the time. They were in discussion with the county for a potential contract. This is something that I had nothing to do with. Although there was not a conflict, I did not want to give any appearance of a conflict, so I abstained at the time. This is no longer a potential conflict of interest, as I am no longer with North Central New Mexico Economic Development District. I resigned the position back in March of this year. So with that said, I do not feel that there are any conflicts and I can vote fairly. So I will be voting on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there any other councilors that wish to speak at this time? Thank you very much. We'll now address how the hearing will take place. First, we will swear in all of the parties that are going to speak. On the city's behalf, we have Mr. Richard Hubler, who will give a presentation based on the facts of what has happened thus far. After that time, we'll have both appellants have the opportunity to speak and make their case for why they are making the appeal that they are. And then we will have the applicant, the County of Rio Arriba, make its comments and statements of fact. What is very important to recognize is that pursuant to our city code, and I'll read this one more time, an appeal to the city council is on the record of the proceedings below that was taking place at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. We are not permitted to accept or consider evidence outside of the record. With that in mind, we are going to ask that all comments and arguments be made to the matters contained in the record before us. So first and foremost, we'd like all of the parties to stand so that we can swear them in. If you would raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are going to give today is the truth? Yes, sir. Very good. Thank you very much, and you may be seated. So first, we will go to Mr. Richard Hubler. As I mentioned before, pursuant to our code, an appeal to the city is on the record of the proceedings below, and I'm sure that you'll be able to describe that for us. After his discussion, I'll allow councilors to ask questions. We are not permitted to accept or consider evidence outside of the record. With that in mind, please keep your comments and arguments to the matters contained in the record before us. Mr. Hubler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. To summarize, in holding an appeal hearing, you are being asked to review the record of the decision. As has been indicated, the decision was made by the Planning and Zoning Commission. The city code for the city of Espanola and planning and zoning matters delineates a number of items that are determined by and have a final decision made by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Also, there are several that are made by this body. In the case of this particular proposal, the final deciding body was the Planning and Zoning Commission. So as the mayor had indicated, what you're here this evening to do is to review the record that was presented to the commission in June of this year and to determine if the decision they made was in keeping with the testimony that was given during that meeting, including testimony by the appellants, as well as the information that was presented by the Planning and Land Use Department in advance of the meeting. As a short summary, Rio Arriba County, as you're familiar with, applied to redevelop this property. They did so based on the requirements of the code and the guidance of our department. Just like with every single applicant, we work with them so that they understand what is required of them at the time of application. And then as they move through the process to complete their application and any missing items and to prepare for a commission hearing if such is necessary. We did that with the county just as we do with other applicants. Then once that application is considered complete by our department and scheduled for a hearing in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission, we advertise the hearing so that the neighbors and the community at large would be aware of and able to participate in that meeting. Depending upon the meeting and depending upon the item under consideration, we see a wide variety of engagement at that point. Quite a few of our public hearings that allow for public participation, both before and after COVID, receive very little, if any, public participation. Some, as you're familiar with, receive quite a lot. This evening, you heard comments at the beginning of the meeting related to this case. As the mayor's indicated, Those comments were all made after the decision made by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And although it's nearly impossible to remove those kinds of things from your mind, I do ask you to do so and to review the record that was presented to you. That record included a packet presented by our department. I had also included the appeal presented by the two appellants who you'll hear from next. So I do want to address a number of the points that were raised in the appeal, just so that you've got sort of the full story, as it were. As you're familiar, this process began last year when the county purchased the property and then proceeded to go through the city's process, both the Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as the City Council, to rezone it as residential office institutional. This process was actually started before the county owned the property. We had been working with a previous owner beginning in March of last year to determine the potential future use of that property. This is laid out in last year's minutes, which are included in this year's minutes or this year's packet. So residential office institutional was already a zoning designation that the city was pursuing as the most likely and best highest use of this particular property. And that's what we worked with the county to do. That happened last year, as you're familiar. And following that hearing and that ordinance 2019-05 passed July of last year, we continued to work with the county moving through the fall and into the spring to meet the next phase of the development. Our city code is designed such that uses of a property that are different or potentially problematic for neighboring properties or for the property itself get a full review, including items like drainage, parking, access, lighting, signage, the kinds of things that we've got specific code on. For this particular property, as it was indicated in the staff report presented to the commission, one of the chief concerns was drainage. In fact, one of the appellants owns a piece of property whereby the city drains Paseo Melendez through her property onto this property. That was a decision the city made 20 plus years ago when we owned and operated this facility. Of course, it's no longer the case, but because of that cross-lot drainage or cross-site drainage, we did have concerns that would be measured appropriately. And so we required of the county that they do so. They engaged an engineer to do that. Other concerns that were brought up during the hearing in June were related to access, including the relocation of the main access from Calle Hacienda to Calle Chamizal on the south side. It's our understanding that that derived from requests by their engagement with the community between June and March of this year. Once we were ready to proceed forward to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, our office advertised that hearing. We put up the yellow signs. We provided the letters and the mailing addresses for the county to mail out. They did so. That's consistent and pursuant to our code with all the other developments that come before the Planning and Zoning Commission. So the county was fully following their responsibilities in that process. Similarly, the department was following our responsibilities. As we worked through reviewing a site plan, it's our task to evaluate it against whatever code provisions might exist. One of the ones that we do have a very specific code on is the Article 9 related to parking. Parking section does have a table that specifies the number of parking spaces required for either a certain square footage or for a particular type of use. And in that, working through that code, the two obvious choices for this particular site were either a convalescent home or a group home. This is where the group home designation came from. It was never represented by the county. It was a choice of our office to advertise this as a group home because we are using that language to evaluate the particulars of the development, specifically the parking requirements. Once we were in the meeting, I immediately addressed this point to the body, stating that like many other things that we have, our code doesn't consider the vast variety of uses that we do experience and that we may experience. And like other jurisdictions where that's the case, where we do not have extensive use tables for every single conceivable use, there is measurable discretion allowed to the planning director and to the professional staff of the department to determine the best appropriate use to move forward. And that's the provision and the authority under which we proceeded. The designation of group home was not intended in any way to limit participation. In fact, in most communities, a group home is similar to a death knell, and that it draws every participant possible from the community because of the potential concern. So, but once we got through that point, like I said, at the commission hearing, we did have the commission process, which is designed to engage the community. Those folks that were willing to participate did so. Their testimony was given and taken. Cross-examination occurred much in the same process as it will this evening. And the commission considered all the points that were raised, both by staff, by the appellants, by their own consideration, their site visit the day before, and made a determination. It's the position of the city on behalf of both the Planning and Zoning Commission and the staff of the Planning and Land Use Department that the process was appropriately and correctly followed, that although the decision may not be to everyone's liking, it was arrived at in a manner in which the planning and zoning regulations require and in which are applied to everybody in the city. And therefore, we recommend that this body, as specified in the code, affirm the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission. There's nothing in the record in our view to indicate that that decision was arbitrary or capricious, was made based on any material misstatements, as in fact, everything, like we said, was talked about and discussed during that meeting. I'm happy to answer any specific questions you may have on the memo that was provided as a portion of that 101-page record of that decision.
Thank you, Mr. Hubler, for the presentation. We'll now go on to any questions that any counselors may have at this time. Councillor John Ramon Vijil.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not understanding, are we reviewing the facts of the case from the 2019 or just specifically from the case hearing in June?
That's an
Because
excellent question, Counselor. So members of the governing body, your task this evening is to review the case that was heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission in June of this year.
Okay.
The case that was heard in July of last year, that then was actually recommendation to this body. That case was decided basically by this body to rezone the property. The appropriate appeal to that case would have been to district court within 30 days or so of that decision. So what you're being asked to decide tonight is whether or not the Planning and Zoning Commission, based on the background of previous actions that had taken place regarding this property, made the appropriate decision when they reviewed the application for the site plan, which included the details of things like parking, access, lighting, etc.
Okay, because I got confused by the insertion of the minutes from that meeting into the packet.
So we insert the minutes for previous actions as they're relevant to the consideration that's undertaken by the Planning Commission for a current case. So that was referenced as background for the case that they were hearing in June of this year.
So it would constitute being able to be used for this specific hearing because it was used as background evidence at that June hearing of this year.
So the decision was already made in June of last year. So the decision itself is not under question in this hearing.
But you put the minutes or everything that was discussed at this hearing, this is included at that June hearing that happened just within this time window.
That's correct. The minutes from July of last year were included as background for this year's case.
Okay, so that is material information that would be relevant to this.
That information was provided to the Planning Commission and was part of the basis of the decision they reached.
Thank you.
Councillor Justin Salazar Torres.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hubler, what are the current definitions in our code regarding group home, et cetera, that has brought us to this point where we're at?
Thank you, Mr. Salazar Torres, for the question. The group home definition, as I indicated, came up when we went to review the site development criteria. The two potentially most appropriate definitions under our code, which lacks in general in definitions, were convalescent home. That describes what has happened on this property historically, nursing or rehabilitation center. It explicitly excludes any kind of drug or alcohol treatment centers. The other definition that under the parking guidelines best fit was a group home. Group homes are, and I indicated this during the hearing this year, group homes are a result, or were included, I should say, in many planning documents and zoning ordinances across the country as a result of federal legislation around access and ADA, basically. And most of them were specifically designed to allow for group homes to exist in residential areas. Across the country, the definition of group home varies slightly, but there's always the consideration that there's some rehabilitation component. In our code, it specifically allows for rehabilitation for drug and alcohol treatment, not for current users, but for substance abuse treatment. So that did a better job of fitting the definition than anything else in our code listed in the parking table. And so that was the one we chose to use despite its limitation related to the 8 people that were listed in our definition.
Councillor Peggy Sue Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Could Mr. Hubler touch base on the responsibility of the governing body concerning in order to overturn the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision, we have to feel that there is adequate information that they didn't follow something correctly. So could you touch base on that a little bit, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Counselor. As I indicated in the memo, the public hearing did allow for appropriate testimony and cross-examination of the affected parties. Reviewed by the city staff and public utilities supported the recommendations of the city council. The planning commission made their decision based on their having heard that information and taking testimony during the meeting. And the code requirements basically state that the council should affirm, must affirm, in fact, a decision unless it does not conform with policies and ordinance or the facts of the record, or is an arbitrary or capricious decision or a manifest abuse of discretion. As indicated on the bottom of the memo that I sent to you, that is an extremely high bar. That determination by this body would basically overrule the expertise that's been granted to the Planning and Zoning Commission by our city code and by the state statute that allows that for them to be the deciding body on these kinds of cases. So again, that goes straight to the point that we're discussing this evening, is not about whether or not the application is a good one, whether the location is a good one, whether the idea is sound, or any of those other considerations. It goes directly to whether the process was followed, and based on the information that was provided to the Planning and Zoning Commission, whether their decision was based on that information.
Councilor Manny Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, according to the information is that it was advertised as a group home to the residents of the area, and also that was stated on the property itself. Is that correct?
So the, yes, Councilor Martinez and members of the governing body, the advertisement that was designed by our office that went into the paper and was sent out to the notice on to the residents and was posted on the sign did identify this as a group home with this particular address, with the applicant being identified, with the date of meeting being specified. Our code specifies that we provide enough information to alert the public to the existence of the meeting and the nature of the development. So in fact, simply stating that a commercial site plan for this address by this applicant on this date is being heard would meet the code. It's been our practice to provide a little bit more information than that to the public, just so that they could potentially, take that into account. And if nothing else, know whether or not it was something they wanted to call and ask questions about. That's kind of the other aspect of that letter, is it directs them to reach out to city staff in the event that they have any questions about a proposal, so they can get more detailed specifics than we provide in the letter or in the paper.
But couldn't that be considered like misleading to the public when they do receive a letter at their home stating that it's going to be a group home when it's not? They may not be, they may not have any problems with the group home being in their area, but they might have had an issue with another type of facility being in that area. And I'm just stating that because we could state, and I understand what you're saying because we didn't have it in our code. Maybe we should have addressed that prior to it going out as far as advertisement, revamp the code so that those definitions are added in there. But the only reason I ask this question is because if, let's just say in a residential area, you have a restaurant, well, you have a place labeled as a restaurant coming in, everybody gets a notice saying this restaurant's coming in and it's actually a nightclub. But that was the closest we had to label it as a restaurant. That could in turn be misleading to the people that live in that area. And I'm just using that as an example. So my question is, why didn't the planning and zoning consider adding those definitions so that this would have been labeled correctly when it was initially advertised?
Thank you, Councilor Martinez. That's an excellent question. And it's one that's been brought up in a couple different formats. So I should address the latter part of the question first, is that adding definitions to our code requires a lengthy process, including an ordinance that appears before this body. It is something that we've done in the past. In 2017, 18, when we adopted the comprehensive plan, we added definitions for a number of things, but we certainly did not add all the definitions. It's also the case that most communities deal with new and novel types of development. Sometimes these are things that are popular in other areas that somebody brings to a community, like an escape room, for instance, or a food truck hub. And so a community has to figure out how to evaluate that before going through the generally lengthy process that can take, upwards of half a year to get a definition through the approval process. So that's where the discretion of the staff and the planning director specifically comes in to determine what definitions or what uses fit under what zones. Our code is rather specific about the different zones, delineates commercial from residential, for instance. It delineates a difference in development scale of different residential zones and different commercial zones. It identifies institutional zones. It identifies, in this case, a mixed zone. The ROI is kind of a mixture of residential zones. It's been on our code for a long time. And it was intended to be the kind of conversion process from large residential compounds to other uses, and kind of that buffer between some of the higher density residential uses we have and the kind of commercial strips that we see along Riverside or Paseo Oñate, for instance. So that process to immediately fix a shortfall in the code is so lengthy as to be cumbersome and unfair to a particular applicant in most cases. Having said that, it's certainly nice that we continue to work forward to improve our code, and that's definitely something that we're doing. But that's something that we do as a background action while we work on processing individual applications. Going to the question of whether or not this is misleading, certainly it's been represented that this was misleading. It was absolutely not intentionally designed to be misleading. In fact, it was designed to offer a little bit more clarity to those folks that might be wondering what we were going to evaluate this as. In the past, previous directors have taken a different approach to advertising cases. Some have simply said a site plan is being done at this address and the meeting is on this time, and provided no additional information. Others have used colloquial language. Some have stuck specifically to the code requirements. There's a lot of discretion in that, and there's no real clear direction as far as the code goes. It's all about engaging people, and our process is all about engaging the public. So certainly never for any project would we ever do anything that was designed to prevent people from coming. The best outcomes for a community are always obtained when we get full participation from as broad a community, as broad a swath of the community in this process as possible. Because our job in the Planning and Land Use Department is to facilitate what the community desires with what individual people want to do, and to figure out the sweet spot where those two things meet. It's never to play developer. It's never to obstruct anybody's process. It's always to kind of make things work together to come out in the best benefit of the community.
I'd like to ask for a clarification and a follow-up on the same thing. Just to help me understand, and maybe some others, what you're suggesting is when there isn't a specific use for a specific item that is maybe not defined in our ordinance, we then have to, let me take this off.
Let me start from the beginning. When we don't have a specific business itemized in our definitions or in our codes, we then leave it up to our planning and zoning staff in order to determine whether or not it fits a particular zoning name. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, it's the discretion of the planning director in the code to interpret the code and to determine if a particular proposal fits within the language of the code. It's basically, I have to accept an application before it moves forward.
Because otherwise we'd have to find a specific name and definition and create an ordinance and go through that entire process for one specific business. So whenever something that doesn't meet our codes and specifications, we have to come up with something in order for it to fit in that process. And then the second check for that is the zoning commission that affirms that that type of business is acceptable, or it says it's not acceptable by passing the site plan review.
That's correct. So their review, if they are the deciding body, if the Planning and Zoning Commission, like in the site plan review, is the deciding body, then they take the representation that the city makes, that the applicants make, and then all the commentary from the neighborhood to determine what's in the best interest for the city. And every now and then, not common, but every now and then, they will provide additional clarity in their decision. That was one of the other points that was raised in this case, is that as this was presented during the, as indicated previously in advance during the public notice as a group home, we immediately discussed that at the beginning of the meeting. We talked through the details, all the specifics of the particular development were given to the commission. And so then the commission opted to change the language in the proposed findings of facts to indicate more clearly that this was a residential treatment center. That's what the county had represented it as. Darren's Place, the operator, has a slightly different term because they're in a particular industry with a very specific language. So here you've got multiple industries intersecting and everybody's calling something slightly different, but it's all the same beast.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go first to Councillor Justin Salazar Torres, then Councillor Peggy Sue Martinez, and then Councillor John Ritchie.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. As this is a hearing, Richard, and we're going back and forth, Mr. Hubler, excuse me. So what I'm hearing is, in your capacity, in planning and zoning's capacity, were you accommodating for this sort of for this group home per se, without proper definition, in the sense that I know we have no clear definition to this, but if you think of a puzzle and it's not the right piece, did you trim the piece of the puzzle just to fit, even if we didn't have clear definition of this, just to be accommodating?
So if the question is if we were trying to be accommodating of the county in order to consider their proposal, not any more so than we are with any other applicant. Oftentimes we've got very specific requirements that must be met. Oftentimes they're very generalized requirements. In the case of any site plan review, no matter the use, the requirements are always exactly the same. Section 403 spells out what those requirements are. So while we're getting a lot of discussion points around the group home and whether or not that's consistent with this district, had it been listed, it would have still gone through the exact same process. Had it been a restaurant in the commercial zone, it would have gone through the exact same process. The points of consideration that would have been taken by the commission would have been related to the particulars of development, including access, circulation, parking, drainage, catchment typically, landscaping, the kinds of things that were discussed. That's the review criteria for a site plan, no matter what the use, no matter what the district.
Follow up, sir. If I may, the review for this site plan, does it take into consideration schools?
So schools in the city code have no particular mention related to any kind of buffer. That's a question that's come up. In fact, the only buffering that's provided to my knowledge in the state of Mexico is around alcohol sales for new alcohol establishments, and that's at the state level. We don't have, likely in our code or similarly in our code, we don't have any regulations for buffers from schools from a number of other businesses that might not be desirable next to a school, be that an adult entertainment venue or a restaurant nightclub or something similar. We just don't have them, and most communities don't. So that the distance from a school was not specifically considered, other than that they were an identified neighbor. They were provided direct notification by certified mail both last year and this year, and had the opportunity to participate as every other neighbor did. And had they done so, then we would have taken their points into consideration. For whatever reason, they opted not to participate in either meeting or to contact staff in advance of either meeting to offer written comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peggy Sue Martinez.
I'll yield, Mayor. Go ahead.
Councillor John Ritchie.
Director Hubler, if we had the perfect description of the facility that is going in, what would it have been listed as? What would we have tried to properly list it as?
So I think, as I understand your question, Councilor Ritchie, is that had we used a colloquial term or a term that wasn't in our code, we probably would have listed this as a rehabilitation center or a behavioral health center. Darren's Place represented it as a behavioral health center. The county and their communications with us, and obviously the general public, had identified it as rehabilitation center.
Okay. And I could be wrong of the thought process of when you hear of a group home, but I'll ask you, what is typically when you list a group home, what organizations or facilities does that usually encompass as a group home?
So in the city code, group home allows for quite a few uses, including rehabilitation centers, including those with developmental disabilities. In other jurisdictions, it also includes things we might more commonly call halfway houses. Our code specifically excludes some recently incarcerated folks, but that's not typically the case. Group home is often one, and certainly under federal law, is one that generally allows for a lot of uses that folks might not want to live next to.
And that's, I just want to bring that to light. I would have been more concerned of the term group home would have brought more, I thought would have brought more attention than a treatment facility. That's usually under the classification as medical. And a group home is a lot of variables in that. And I just want to bring that to the attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor John Ramon Vihil.
Thank you. Richard, going back to when we rezoned this property, the city obtained it in 1972, and then what was it originally zoned after they adopted the code in 1976? What was its first original zoning?
So the records on that we discovered last year, unfortunately, were not as complete as they could be. But it's our understanding that it has been zoned residential multifamily up until we took action last year. During most of that time, it was owned and operated by the city. It became private property in 2005-ish.
So going on that, what made you direct to going to ROI?
So several things, actually. Thank you, Councilor Vihil. Several things suggested an ROI designation. And again, this was conversations that began with Jonathan Veneer of the ownership prior to the county. They were looking to figure out what could they develop that as. And his initial question was, am I limited to apartments in the residential multifamily? And the short answer is yes. That building is certainly not set up for that. That building is absolutely an institutional building. It makes a great nursing home. Had that opportunity been present, I think that that would have been its likely use, but there's a number of other uses that are very similar to nursing homes, those that have a residential component and also a supervision component. And so pretty much anything in that likely use of the property would have sufficed the ROI zoning in our view. Additionally, had that building been raised and another one built in its place, the ROI zoning is a nice kind of buffer zone between, and it's specifically described in the code as such, between the heavy commercial use of the main drag and the residential uses that are set further back. So even if there had been another facility that had built there, this ROI zone is a nice zone, and in our view was better in line with the comp plan than the RM zone.
For a follow-up, Councilor John Ramon Vihil.
So in working with the client, the applicant, Riverview County, they were already under the impression that it was going to be zoned institutional. That's what their knowledge was. And from their understanding working with you, because that's the language that was communicated with planning and zoning.
We certainly indicated to them that we were in support of and suggesting an ROI zone district, correct?
Councilor Manny Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hubler, can you just please, just for conversation's sake, please state what is allowed in an ROI zone? And I have a couple follow-ups.
So the residential office institutional zone, and I apologize, I don't have that language directly in front of me, but I'll pull from the memo, is described as a mixed zoning district intended to provide a place for those types of institutional and commercial activities that require separate buildings or building groups surrounded by landscape yards and open areas. It's further described as desirable near residential neighborhoods and away from the higher intensity uses of retail and industrial areas. There's a number of examples that are included in there, and our code generally does this for most of our zone districts. Such uses could include, and it lists several in there, but I do not have that list with me. My apologies.
Thank you. Also, has the city in the past placed has whether it's been yourself in that position or a previous planning manager, have they how do I put this? Have they placed a business or a residence or anything in a zoning area that wasn't labeled part of that zoning, such as utilizing the group home instead of a behavioral health center?
So, Councilor Martinez, as I understand your question, there's two parts to it. Our zoning code, our zoning districts do not currently adequately reflect the uses on the ground. In fact, this was called out in our comprehensive plan. And one of the suggestions and one of the things that was highlighted in last year's meeting was a recommendation to adjust the zoning to match the historic on the ground uses. We got a number of areas that were commercial that are not ever become commercial related to particular uses. I'm not aware of any other interpretations of the ROI zone district to include institutional uses. We have a hospital, for instance, it's in a residential zone. All of our schools are in a mix of things, predominantly residential zones. I don't know of any previous actions specific to the ROI zone district that didn't follow one of the examples. But there's a number of uses that we have permitted in the ROI district downtown that are much more of a commercial nature between here and the plaza, for instance.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, is there any zoning right now in the city that is where a behavioral health center or a drug rehab center is in our books?
There's not, that is not currently listed in any of the zone districts. And it was our determination, as staff and my determination personally as the director, that there was no zone district that was more appropriate for that kind of use than the ROI zone, as it's absolutely in, industry parlance and kind of nationwide perspective and institutional type of use.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Denise Benavides.
Thank you, Mayor. So Director Hubler, just again, group home, I could see where that could be misleading. When the letters were sent out to all of the constituents that fell within that range closest to the facility, in that letter, it did state group home, correct?
Councilor Benavides, that is correct. The language from the agenda was copied verbatim into the letter that was sent out to those properties within 200 feet of the subject property.
And just for my clarification, the definition of group home did state or does state rehab for substance abuse
It does
facility?
include that use, yes.
So when we sent out the letters, could we not have just next to group home, maybe put that in parentheses so that it would have been clear to everyone that received a letter? I think it would have been as simple as that.
Certainly hindsight provides a lot of different perspective. And definitely that's one of the things that we've been discussing as this case has proceeded is, and as we mentioned, during the hearing itself, our notice process is designed to engage folks, and to whatever extent that it's not doing that, it's not as effective as it could be. So we have been looking at ways that we can perhaps improve that notification process. But this one for this hearing and last year was consistent with every application up to that point.
Okay, so during the planning commission meetings that the public was invited to speak, they did not know at the time that they got there what actually fell within that group home definition. So it wasn't until they were there that it came to light that under the group home definition, it did include for such a rehab facility.
Potentially, that is correct. The city code is posted online. And so an enterprising individual could do a lot of research. The agenda that's put out in advance does not only include the advertisement, but also the packet material that's provided. So our 72-hour notice, as it does for this body, includes everything that will be presented at the hearing. So it's much more common that we have folks that are interested that look at the packet material and call us with questions about something in the packet material. And that provides a lot more information than a little blurb in the paper.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez.
I don't have anything yet, Mayor. I think it's important to allow the appellate people to state their case and hear from the county. And so
Okay.
I'll yield
Thank you,
for now.
Councilor.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Councilor Justin Salazar Torres.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hubler, currently, what is the county's plan on how many beds they're planning to occupy there and house?
Councilor Salazar Torres, it's my understanding that they plan to utilize all of the rooms, ramping up over time. So I believe that Darren's Place in the county had indicated at the hearing they're going to start with something in the neighborhood of 20. As then they got fully staffed and more referrals, then they would ultimately operate the facility at full capacity, which is approximately 100 individuals.
Follow up. By definition, for, excuse me, I have a bunch of notes here, group home / ROI, et cetera, what is permissible regarding residents and beds for such a facility?
So it depends more than anything on what's, if there is specific allowance by the commission. In this case, there was no guidance given to that. They represented to the commission that they'd be utilizing the facility to the full extent, approximately 100 individuals. And that was part of the information the commission made their approval based on.
Councilor John Ramon Vijil.
Thank you, Mayor. Richard, so going back, I know you've I think hinted at this. Who came up with that term group home? The county, you yourself? Okay.
That one was all me.
Okay. So one of the things is common citizen, let's take out of the factor that the county is a government agency and a regular citizen comes into the city and they want to do permits and do the whole process. They refer to planning and zoning because they're the experts in their field. So one of the things I'm having an issue is I'm looking at the appeal process that was communicated to them to follow through that it's a group home. From you use that term with them and they took it and ran with it, correct?
Councilor Vigil, I'm not sure what the took it and ran with it. So
When they came before you, they said drug rehab center, and then you affixed that term group home, correct?
I attached that term for the procedure of the meeting itself.
Okay, so that's what they interpreted their application and such on that grounds, correct? They took what your advice and what planning and zoning had given them, and they went with that.
I more fully understand the question. So the applications that come to our body, including this application, are the applicant's request, and they have to describe their facility. And the application itself is short and basically gets basic information in a very small one-line description. So we always require that they provide a detailed project description. That's the first of our required submittals. And in this case, we got roughly a page and a half by Darren's Place, the operator of this particular facility, describing the use that was going to happen there. So they represented to the city and then ultimately to the commission that the group home was only an attachment made by our office, and it was only utilized during the hearing itself related to specifically the parking requirements.
Okay, so follow up.
Yes, Councilor.
So as I review some of these, the appellants, they indicate that the county publicly presented themselves as a group home. Is that factual? Did that happen in the hearing? Because I'm not seeing that in the minutes.
No, that is a factual inaccuracy. The county did not represent themselves as a group home.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we'll now move on to the appellants. Who would like to speak first? We have Ms. Deborah Martinez, who is first. And just as I will read to each of the folks here, please do remember that the proceedings below are regarding the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting that was held in June of 2020. With that in mind, please keep your comments and arguments to the matters contained in the record before us.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for the opportunity to hear my appeal regarding the City of Espanola Planning and Zoning Commission Final Decision Case 2020-5. Rio Arriba County applicant on behalf of Darren's Place is requesting approval of a commercial site plan for a group home. Or is it for a residential treatment facility? Or is it for a residential treatment group home? Confusing, to say the least. Rio Arriba County applicant on behalf of Darren's Place is requesting approval for a group home. I first want to say that I strongly oppose the location, and I mean the location, of a residential drug treatment and detox facility next to Fairview Elementary School, one of the largest schools in the district with over 400 children, ranging from kindergarten to 6th grade, ages 5 to 12 years old. Before I present the facts, I want to provide an overview of the important and crucial events that took place regarding this proposal. I have provided supportive documentation and I will provide detailed information in my presentation. So I want to go back to March of 2019. State Representative Susan Herrera states in an article in the Rio Grande Sun that $1 million of capital outlay was received and will be used to renovate the former nursing home facility into a residential drug treatment and detox facility. The funding of $1 million was appropriated for the aging and long-term services for senior citizens to Rio Arriba County. This information was sent to you in your packets and can be found in the New Mexico Department of Finance Administration website under 2019 capital outlay database and shows incurred expenses by Rio Arriba County. There are 3 important public meetings that took place after the funding was received in March 2019. 2 meetings were held in mid-July of 2019 for a rezone and an approval regarding the former nursing home facility. And the other was just recently on June 11th, 2020, for a site plan review for Darren's Place, a group home. I've been asked, why am I opposing this at the 11th hour? The project was fast-tracked as a group home to the public and not as a drug treatment facility. On June 11, 2020, this was the first opportunity to speak, but unfortunately, it was already a done deal. These are the highlights of the 3 meetings. On June 18, 2019, a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, Rio Arriba County is requesting approval of a zoning map amendment at the former nursing home facility from RM, residential multifamily, to ROI, residential office institutional. I'll get back to you on the ROI zoning later in my presentation. For now, let me continue. In the meeting, Allison Gillette, City Planning and Land Use, states, the use of the property appears to have been inappropriately zoned. Rio Arriba County is looking to acquire the property and partner with Four Winds Behavioral Health of Rio Rancho to establish a drug rehab facility. She further states, in quotation, the current proposed usage, a drug rehab facility, could present some concerns given the close proximity to Fairview Elementary School. However, mitigation measures can be taken via a commercial site plan review, and to deny this proposal rezone would render the structure essentially useless. The second meeting, a few days later, June 23rd, 2019. I think I got my dates right. A finance board and city council meeting, at a finance board and city council meeting, Gillette presents to the city council on the rezone request for the former nursing home. She states that $1 million of capital outlay to the county is being used to purchase the former nursing home facility and discuss the restrictive covenant on the sale of the building. She states that the current zoning is inappropriate. Planning and Land Use is looking to rezone other properties in the vicinity, including Fairview Elementary School. 5 lengthy paragraphs worth of information in the meeting minutes, but not in one of those 5 paragraphs did she mention to you, city council members, that Rio Arriba County is partnering with Four Winds Behavioral Health of Rio Rancho to establish a drug rehab facility at the former nursing home. Nothing was said. Nor did she mention to you or the public that the proposed usage could present some concerns given the close proximity to Fairview Elementary School. At the council meeting, Mr. Chris Madrid of Rio Arriba County was asked a question about the nursing home, but he never discussed the proposed usage of the facility, a residential drug treatment and detox facility. This was a prime opportunity. It's a prime opportunity to let everybody know what's really going on. It's a drug rehab, not a group home. Mind you, nothing pertaining to the intended use of the facility was ever discussed in front of you, city council, or to the public, nor the potential concerns of having a drug rehab facility next to Fairview Elementary School. This is important stuff. I mean, I think this would have been the prime opportunity. Why the secrecy? The city council voted 7-0 to rezone the facility to ROI only, and not a drug rehab, not a drug treatment facility, because it was never discussed to you or to the public. A year later is the next meeting. A year later. And now this is with the Planning and Zoning Commission on June 11th, 2020. We still don't know it's a drug rehab because it hasn't been publicly announced. Rio Arriba County applicant on behalf of Darren's Place is requesting approval of a commercial site plan for a group home. The advertisement went to the surrounding neighbors. It was advertised in the Rio Grande Sun, posted agenda. The big yellow sign at the facility states Darren's Place is a group home. But really, Darren's Place is a drug rehab facility. Far cry from a group home. This is a big deal. We had the neighbor here who got the letter in the a letter that stating it was a group home. But she did her own research and she found out it was a drug rehab facility. So she went and made copies and attached it to and sent it to all the people so they really knew what was going on. And you can speak on that, Mary. Why the lies? Why are we deceiving our community? I'll tell you why. Planning and Land Use Director Richard Hubler admits in the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting on June 11, 2020, that the city has code deficiencies and that the definition of a group home was the closest definition for evaluation of the proposal. Hubler chose to use group home, the wrong code and definition, because the city doesn't have a code definition for a drug treatment facility. Per the code of the city of Espanola, these are the city's rules, laws, and policies that we should follow, or that you should follow. There is no new adopted legislation code that was created for a drug treatment facility. We had a whole, you had a whole year. If you knew upfront this was going to be a drug treatment facility, you could have started working on a new code, or a code that fits what it is that you're bringing to the facility, to the community. So we didn't adopt a new code for a drug treatment facility either. So Mr. Hubler decided to misrepresent this information in order to proceed with the proposal. This is a big deal and this is wrong. To deceive the public and commissioners even further in the meeting, here's the clincher. I was at the meeting. Hubler states in the meeting that he is going to refer to Darren's Place not as a group home, but as a residential treatment facility. And Darren's Place, Jim Limeburner chimed in and considering the proposal of substance abuse facility. So we have a group home, we have a residential drug treatment facility, and we have a substance abuse facility. How did this morph from a group home that was publicly advertised to a drug treatment facility? Simply, on the word of the planning director, Richard Hubler and Jeff Limeburner. How insane is that? Additionally, a drug treatment facility is not part of the comprehensive plan, as Hubler only states his opinion. The comprehensive plan should be your guiding principle and not someone's opinion. I'm going to just skip here because there seems to be some confusion of why group home, but there's a big difference. There's a big difference. On your packet, I sent you Exhibit N, page 3 of 3, where I listed the definition of a group home and Darren's Place. And the definition came strictly from your definitions per City Espanola Code of Ordinances, Part 2, General Legislation, Chapter Zoning and Development. So the group home is up to 8 individuals. Darren's Place is 100 beds. Not a person in custody or released from correctional authorities. That's part of the group home. Not for persons in custody or recently released from correctional authorities. Darren's Place is partnering with the New Mexico Corrections Department, according to a Rio Grande Sun article that was published in early spring. Chris Madrid stated in that the county manager prefers to refer individuals to Darren's Place, and this was at the Planning and Zoning meeting on July 11th, 2020. Group home does not include facilities or persons who require such services by reason of the effects of current alcohol or drug abuse. Darren's Place is a drug treatment facility. Chapter 350, Article 6, Use Regulation 613 says to promote non-institutional living arrangements for handicapped persons while preserving the residential character of the neighborhood and minimizing the effect of group home on traffic congestion in the neighborhood. A group home shall be permitted in any residential zone district upon showing of the following to the planning director. There is no requirement at Darren's Place for handicapped individuals. There is nothing on the exterior of group home that would distinguish it from another residential use in the zoning district. 37 square foot building over 10 times the size of any residential home. So honestly, I don't see the correlation. And if there's one item, because it's something about parking, it does not fit the group home. Group home is not a drug treatment facility. Hubler misrepresented the facts and distorted the information deliberately for the purpose of achieving a favorable outcome for the county's proposal, and in the process violated the city's codes, rules, definitions, and procedures, and abused the power of his office. He has a lot of discretion. The public, your constituents never, and I mean never, had the opportunity to speak for or against the drug treatment facility next to Fairview Elementary School with over 400 children. A petition was started because the community received fraudulent information through Hubler's advertising of the facility as a group home, and when they found out it was a drug treatment facility, there was no opportunity given for the public to engage in any meaningful discussions or mitigation. At the meeting on June 11th, the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting site plan review was not a time for mitigation. It was presented as a done deal. Over 600 petitioners, your constituents, are opposing the drug treatment facility next to Fairview Elementary School, and not to mention the school board. We expect the City Council to vote to overturn the ruling of Planning and Zoning Commission based on the disregard of the law, city codes, procedures, and rules, and that the entire commercial site plan does not conform to the definition of a group home. I created a timeline to show all of you in greater detail the lack of transparency, the misrepresentation, and violation of laws, codes, policies, and deception made to the public. So I might repeat myself again, but this is so important. You know, I feel that we look at the city to provide us direction and guidance. And like you said, Justin, you're held to a higher standard. And when you go misrepresenting, you know, to the public, something that isn't really there, it's just wrong. So again, on March 21st, money was received for capital outlay to purchase the nursing home facility. This was in March. So I'm trying to go down through a timeline to kind of figure out how did we miss this? So in March, money was received through capital outlay. There was nothing in April. In May, there's an article in the Rio Grande Sun where Mr. Christopher Madrid states he is negotiating with several companies to rent the building and provide behavioral health services. and the revenue will be used to build another nursing home. The next meeting is July. The city of Espanola Planning and Land Use posts a big yellow sign at the former nursing home facility stating a rezone request submitted by Rio Riva County from residential multifamily to residential office institutional, but doesn't say anything about its potential use. We know from March, based on Susan Herrera's article, that they want to buy the former nursing home facility and they want to turn it into a drug rehab. We know that Mr. Chris Madrid states in an article in the newspaper in May that they want to turn it into a behavioral health facility. But in July, we put a rezone, again, at the discretion of your zoning director or planning and land use director. They just say it's a request for zoning change. But nothing there that says anything about a drug rehab or a potential use of a behavioral health facility, nothing. And then on July 18th at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, Commissioner Martinez mentioned in a staff report of Four Winds Behavioral Health as a potential user. Director Gillette replied that specific issues tied to the future use of the building would be addressed through mitigative measures once the tenants have been confirmed. Vice Chair Martinez asked the county to commit to a review by the commission of a site plan when the time comes. Mr. Madrid states that his office is working closely with staff and views this process as a partnership. There was two neighbors that were at the public meeting, and one of them is here, Mary. And at no point did they asked, actually, two neighbors spoke out at the meeting and recommended using the facility as an office space, and the other asked what other use might apply if the property is rezoned to ROI. And Gillette stated that the best use of the building is probably medical or offices. Mr. Madrid says that he's working in close partnership with the city. Why couldn't they just say it's going to be, we're looking at partnering with Four Winds Behavioral Health of Rio Rancho to establish an addiction rehab center? In the official July 18th meeting minutes, there's something here that I want to say. Allison Gillette states the establishment, maintenance, or operation of uses applies for, or she's quoting Article 404, Chapter 350. She states the establishment, maintenance, or operation of uses applies for, will not, under the circumstances of a particular case, be detrimental to the health, the safety, or general welfare of persons, resident, or working adjacent to or within proximity of the subject property for the current proposed usage. She continues to state that the current proposed usage, a drug treatment facility, could present some concerns given the close proximity to Fairview Elementary School. So she's saying that, she's saying that this could be a problem because she knows what the proposed use is, a drug treatment facility. There are over 600 petitioners who are opposing the location of a drug treatment facility next to Fairview Elementary School, who are voicing their concerns about the safety and welfare of the children at Fairview Elementary School. The school board has concerns. The elderly surrounding the neighborhood, your constituents, have voiced their concerns about their safety and welfare with this drug treatment facility. Remember, this is a 100-bed drug treatment facility, intensive inpatient, outpatient, and will be accepting referrals from the New Mexico Corrections Institution from across the state. Rio Arriba County needs to fill the 100 bids to bring in the revenue they expect, since this is a for-profit business. So you bet they're going to fill those 100 bids. Total disregard for the safety and welfare of the children and the community. Gillette continues and states mitigation measures can be taken via a commercial site plan process to alleviate these concerns, and to deny this proposal rezone would render the structure essentially useless. As you will see, there was no opportunity for mitigative measures during the site plan review in June 2020, despite what Gillette said during the rezone phase. So, I mean, I can just go on and on about how everyone knew, planning and zoning knew, Rio Arriba knew, but no one else knew what was going on. You know, at the public hearing, finance board and city council meeting back in 2019, you know, Allison Gillette goes on and talks about everything what's going to be, you know, how the building came to be and how the rezone and the covenant. But again, never was it mentioned that this was going to be a drug rehab facility. So this was now in July of 2019. There's a December 17. Let's see here. So in July 2019, I mean, December 17, 2019, Rio Arriba County approves a lease with Darren's Place, a behavioral health care facility. In January 2020, in the Rio Grande Sun, Chief Growth Officer Jeff Lineberger from Darren's Place states that this is a substance abuse rehabilitation facility. Approximately 100 people will be able to receive treatment and will accept referrals from the New Mexico Correction Institutions. In April 2020, Darren's Place applies for a business license as a behavioral treatment center. Keep in mind, Darren's Place has a website open for business since November. In June 2020, there's a yellow public sign, public notice in the newspaper, public notice with agenda posted and notice to adjoining property owners. State commercial site plan, Rio Arriba County, on behalf of Darren's Place, is requesting approval for a group home. It doesn't say Darren's Place a drug treatment facility, or Darren's Place a behavioral health care facility, or Darren's Place a residential treatment facility. It says Darren's Place a group home. This is not a group home. I have family members who work at group homes, and they deal with mentally challenged individuals. This is what the public was told. The notice of public hearing was sent to Fairview Elementary School when school was out since March due to COVID restrictions and had not returned back. So this is a correction I need to make. And I put this in your packet. I said here that the adjoining neighbors received a notice about the group home and included a flyer called Darren's Place Substance Abuse Rehab Facility. That's not true. The neighbor attached a flyer behind the notice to give to her neighbors down the road so they knew exactly what was going up. So again, I was giving some kind of credit, but there's no credit here. So the flyer was not attached. The neighbor attached the flyer that she pulled off the website that showed that Darren's Place was a drug rehab facility and not a group home. So On June 11th, commercial site plan review, Rio Rico County applicant on behalf of Darren's Place is requesting approval of a commercial site plan for a group home. In this meeting, Commissioner Quintana asked about the definition of a group home. Hubler stated, this illustrated the code deficiency as the definition of a group home was intended to apply for a congregated living situation in a typical single family home, but was the closest, not the definition, but it was the closest definition for evaluation of the proposal. And defer to the applicant for further clarification. There's no record of the applicant clarifying the definition, so they stay quiet. And I'm talking about Rio Rico County, Darren's Place. Hubler self-imposed the wrong code and definition to Darren's Place, a drug rehab facility, by calling it a group home. He violated policy, procedures, city codes, and law, and used group home definition code to the public notice to fool the public. I don't know what else to say. I mean, why would you do that? He also stated in the meeting, while the city referred to this as a residential treatment facility, the industry, meaning Rio Rico County, Darren's Place, considered the proposal a substance abuse treatment center with on-site community housing and deferred to the applicant for further clarification. There is no record of the applicant further clarifying this either. So that was very confusing to me because I attended that meeting. We started off as a group home, but then now all of a sudden we're talking drug rehab facility. Hubler cites staff supporting commercial signage for the site when it is not about the staff, it's about policies, procedures, and city codes. So I'm not sure, do you know what the definition of a group home is? I'm asking. Any of you? City council members? Well, I'll tell you. Or do you know?
No, I was
Oh.
just going to remove my mask and just say that this was your opportunity to give to us what your.
Well, no, I'm asking because I thought maybe I wasn't sure what it was, because how can you bring a drug treatment facility in here and call it a group home? So I looked it up. A group home definition: any congregated residence, maternity shelter, or building which provides room and board to the residents within the facility and provides either directly or through contract services at least one of the following programmatic services: assistance with activities of daily living in accordance with program directives, or general supervision of up to 8 individuals, not 100, 8, who have difficult living independently or managing their own affairs, or who are handicapped within the meaning of 42 USC 3602H, one of the Fair Housing Amendments Acts. So it tells you what it is, but it also tells you what it's not. Group home does not include facilities for persons currently in custody or recent released from correctional authorities that are designed to offer an alternative or imprisonment and or to facilitate offender reintegration into the community life. Nor does it include facilities for persons who require such services by reasons of the effects of current alcohol or drug abuse. Group home includes facilities for recovering alcohol or drug abusers who require group home services. So I shared with you the difference between Darren's Place and the group home definition. So back to the meeting of June 11, 2020, Vice Chair E. Martinez asked if the county had received formal support from the Espanola School Board. Mr. Madrid stated that they had invited the city leadership and Espanola School to participate in several other site plans to the sister facility in Rio Rancho. Mr. Madrid continued to describe that they had discussions of the proposal at a school board meeting, and he felt the school board was satisfied with the exchange of information. The attorney drafted school board letter dated July 20th, 2020 was sent to the mayor and to the city council, expressing concerns of the city's decision to allow substance abuse and behavioral health to be located precisely adjacent to Fairview Elementary School. The Board of Education is recommending that you reconsider your decision and allow the facility to operate, that you reconsider your decision to allow the facility to operate in its currently approved location. Commissioner Casados asked if the facility is only inpatient care. Mr. Lineburner replied, "It is intensive outpatient." This clearly violates the city code of a group home. The City of Espanola Planning and Zoning Commission final decision, Rio Arriba County. Applicant on behalf of Darren's Place is requesting an approval of a commercial site for a group home. In a nutshell, the Planning and Zoning Commission was tasked to approve a site plan for a group home, even though it was very clear that it does not meet the definition of a group home by Hubler's emission. The final ruling muddies the water when they ruled on a residential treatment facility. The proposal was advertised as Darren's Place group home publicly. I encourage the council to vote to overturn the ruling of the Planning and Zoning Commission based on the misrepresentation and disregard of city codes, laws, policies, procedures, rules, that the entire commercial site plan does not conform to the definition of a group home. I'm confident that the city council will make their decision based on the letter of the law.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
I can answer questions.
Yes, we'll go on to that part now. Do I have any counselors who have any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Davis, please.
One thing, can I say one more thing? Can I say one more thing?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead. So you asked Richard Hubler earlier about the definition of ROI, residential office institutional, and what kind of institutions are likely to be at this type of facility. I can tell you, art galleries, assembly halls, libraries, museums, office buildings, and office for professional services. And I have this came directly from the zoning and development code, but it says the mixed zoning district is intended, ROI, to provide a place for those of institutional and commercial activities that require separate buildings and separate groups surrounded by landscaped yards and open area. Land space and aesthetics requirements of these uses make them more desirable in suburban locations near residential neighborhoods or rural countrysides and away from the concentration of people and traffic of the retail, wholesale, and industrial areas of the community. Examples of allowed uses in the district are as follows. So, for your information. Thank you.
I apologize, Ms. Davis. Please come.
I don't have near as much detail. She's done a wonderful job. Can I take this?
Yes, ma'am, please.
I can only say as to what happened is to the meetings that I went to. Okay, so to the meetings that I went to and what I left with was that it was going to possibly be a business where services would be rendered as far as medical, possibly for people who are physically impaired or may need physical treatment. Maybe doctor's offices where someone may have counseling, go in for counseling of some kind, something to this sort. This was kind of what I went away with. Mr. Vigil and I both kind of came away when things were rezoned. We then got the impression there was a little more than that going on, and we both kind of left with that impression there that we hoped it wasn't going to be a homeless shelter or something else, because that wasn't what either one of us really wanted, because he has a piece of property that he's been trying to sell for years and can't sell because of the apartments that stand next door, which already creates quite a problem. And we never really were told it was going to be, or were led to believe that it was going to be a drug rehabilitation facility where there would be an living in on-site, gated, fenced, security cameras. Yes, this all came about in one of the meetings. They were going to put in security cameras. They're going to build an 8-foot high metal fence to help keep people in. And then you begin to see a different light. Okay, what's really going on here? I do not know exactly when Rio Grande County had talked to Darren's place or started what they were doing. I believe it was all a long time ago, and we just, none of us were aware of it. I went through my neighborhood. I saw that. I had seen the yellow sign down by the school. I don't know at what particular time, and kind of just ignored it. And then one day I finally said, no, I got to go read it. So I read it. And then when I read it and I saw what Darren's place was, I got a little more idea of what was going on. I did attach. I went to the internet, found out what Darren's place was. Sure enough, it even said on that little piece of paper that I photocopied that it had been licensed since November. And that was for the city of Espanola, which doesn't fit with any of these particular things. Why were they already getting their license in November when this hadn't actually been gone before the council? So anyway, so I attached it to my letter and stapled them, and I took them and I taped them at every one of my neighbors' doors. And how come we didn't get more from them? I don't know. They didn't understand it, because I went out later and I got 2 pages of handwritten signatures on a petition. And when I talked to them, I went door to door. And when I talked to them, they simply did not understand what it was. Some of these people are from Mexico. They didn't understand. Some of them did not sign. They didn't understand signing it. They didn't know what it was. There were only about 8 neighbors that actually got letters, and they kind of knew what was going on, but they weren't actually property owners. And so they couldn't be involved in it because there was only 3 of us that were adjacent to it. You know, I read one of the articles in the Rio Grande Sun, and you know, the article goes on and on about everything that's happening and everything. And the very last paragraph says we already have $1 million into this facility. So to me, that's like, well, okay, what are you going to do about it? I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of half truths and a lot of half lies here. And it was never properly presented to the community so that the community really knew what was going on. School was out, of course, in March. If these signs were put up, I don't know exactly when they were put up, no one was going to see them. They're at the end of a dead-end street. They only went to the nursing home. School was out. They were 15, 20 feet from the entrance to the school. Nobody's really paying attention to them. Maybe a yellow sign at the other end of the street on Zuni where people were driving down every day, because it also goes to the school, might have been another place to place the sign. Or further down the street closer to Food King. There was a comment made earlier, something about these facilities don't go in or should not be placed near businesses or something like that. I think I heard that. Well, Food King's just down the street. And then there's a smoke shop just down the street. Walgreens is down the other end of the street. Those are all businesses. They're all walking distance for anyone to get to if they were to get out, or they could, I don't know. I just don't know. I just feel like I walked away from the meetings with a whole lot different attitude, or knowing what was going on, or knowledge as to what was going on, until it finally got to a certain point, and then it was like I got hit with a brick wall. And by that time it was like, oh boy, I never saw it coming. And there it was. And that was the same way Mr. V. Hill was. And I think that's exactly why he's backed out of coming, doing anything, because he feels like he hit a brick wall. My other neighbor just doesn't seem to care, although she's already bitching about the fence. She says, did you see this fence? I said, oh yeah. And I said, you have 3 windows facing it. I said, I'm so lucky I have no windows, because she wouldn't participate in anything. Sorry about that. But anyway.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
We needed a laugh. Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have questions of me?
Anybody have any questions? Thank you. We appreciate
Okay. All right. Thank you.
it. Mr. Trujillo?
Not a lot of room up here. Let's see if we can. Honorable City Council, I know it's late. I do have some things I need to say. My name is Adan Trujillo and I am the Rio River County Attorney. I'll start by reiterating what Miss Mary Davis just said. She said, I never saw it coming. Ms. Davis was at the Planning and Zoning Commission over a year ago, where both Ms. Martinez and Richard Hubler have stated that it was expressly stated that it was by Allison Gillette that it was going to be a drug treatment center. Ms. Davis is in the minutes saying, I hope it's not a drug treatment center. And that Allison Gillette is in the minutes saying it's going to be a drug treatment center. She never saw it coming. In June of 2019, it was on the first page of the packet that was given to you that you voted. It said it's an addiction rehabilitation center, but she never saw it coming. I lost track of how many times Ms. Martinez contradicted herself. She didn't know, but she was at the meetings. It was said at the meetings it was going to be a drug treatment center, but I was misled that it was going to be a drug treatment center because this letter said group home, but I went to the meeting and they said drug treatment center, but I was misled. I lost track, but I know that when you go back and listen to this audio or you see the minutes, you'll lose track too. You'll lose track times of how many times that contradiction is stated over and over again. That it was misrepresented. I was lied to. That I was at the meeting where they said that it was a drug treatment center. I read it in the paper, but I didn't see it coming. And for that reason, you have to set that aside because we're not here for that. Thank you, first of all, for your attention to this matter and for fulfilling your duties as elected officials of the city of Española. Oh, this is a little too uncomfortable. I'm going to start by emphasizing that this is an appeal hearing where no new evidence is submitted, just legal argument. So the first portion of my argument will try to put this into perspective, because the majority of what you've heard in the public comment today and from the appellants is outside of the context of this appeal. And the reason for that is because you're sitting in your quasi judicial capacity, but you're sitting as appellate judges, as appeal judges. And appellate judges review the record before them from the tribunal below them. And in this case, that's the Planning and Zoning Commission. They're the lower tribunal, and you're tasked with seeing if they made the correct decision based on the evidence submitted to them. And what the Planning and Zoning Commission was deciding was whether the application for a site plan review that the county submitted checked all the boxes for the criteria that are associated with it in the code. It's not about the nomenclature of the use. This is the site plan. Do you check the boxes for the site plan? And the record's crystal clear that for the limited scope of the site plan review application, all the boxes were checked. Drainage, access, ingress, landscaping, exterior lighting, check, check, check. The Planning and Zoning Commission diligently and carefully added additional conditions of approval based on their particular areas of expertise. And the county agreed to abide by them, another check. And so there's a decision that's rendered. But appeals were filed of the PZC Commission's decision, which brings us to this hearing. And the standard set in your development code for conducting this hearing is to affirm. You're to affirm the decision appealed unless the decision was not in accordance with the city's plans, policies, and ordinances, or the facts on which the decision was based are not supported by the record, or the decision was arbitrary, capricious, or a manifest abuse of discretion. Now, that is a difficult standard for reversal, and we can talk about each one of those separate components. To show that something is not in accordance with their policies, you need to demonstrate that there's a clear violation of your policies. And there is no clear violation here, because we're not talking about the nomenclature of the use. That's not what the basis of this appeal is. Now, when you talk about allegations of deception as violations of your policy, allegations that misinform the public, the P&Z Commission hearing in June had 2 hours of testimony. Had 2 hours of testimony. That is not an indication of a disinterested population. That record is before you. Members of the public turned out. The appellants were in attendance. They were informed. Is there any reference in the record from someone directly that someone received notice and then deliberately didn't attend the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing? No, there's no reference to that at all. You have to show some kind of impact if you're going to allege a conspiracy of widespread deception, and you have none. In fact, to the contrary, I read about it in the paper. I was at the meetings and they said group home, but then they said rehabilitation center. And then I went to the next meeting and they said drug treatment center again, but then there was a letter that said group home. So I was completely misled. You better reverse this. That's not how it works. The Planning and Zoning Commission decision was in accordance with the city's code. And we can talk a little bit later about that use. Now, in order to show that the decision isn't supported by the facts in the record, which is a different standard, you need to show that there's an absence of facts that support the decision. And in other words, hypothetically speaking, if the county had submitted for a site plan review, but they had no verified access or ingress, but the Planning and Zoning Commission approved it anyway, well, then that would be their facts don't support that decision to approve. I'm sorry, you don't have the facts supporting this application. It would also be an abuse of discretion but you would have an absence of facts to support the decision. You have to therefore show there are not facts in the record that support the decision, and that's just not present here. You have 100 pages showing that the Planning and Zoning Commission had a record before them that was submitted, and that they diligently looked through and relied on the expertise and their own of staff and their own expertise to formulate a decision. That's not an absence of facts. That is an excess of facts. Now, in order to show that the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision was arbitrary and capricious, another standard, you'd have to show that it was random, that it was kind of based on their personal whims, that they just arbitrarily and randomly decided to approve this. And that's a very difficult standard to uphold. You have to show that they did it without being based on a specific reason or a system. And that's just not the case here. They followed the code before them to a T. The Planning and Zoning Commission received the information, they processed the information, they considered the information, they heard testimony from the public, and then they rendered their decision. Now, in order to show that the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision was an abuse of their discretion, you'd have to show that they violated the norms of decision makers in their position. Did they unreasonably exclude evidence before them? Did they say, I'm sorry, Ms. Davis, but we think we don't want to hear from you anymore? I'm sorry, Ms. Martinez, we don't want to hear. I'm sorry, people can't speak in opposition to this. We only want to hear positive things about this. Those are examples of judges excluding things to some other party's detriment and manifesting an abuse of discretion. It's a difficult standard. It's very difficult to reverse a judge on an abuse of discretion standard. And the Planning and Zoning Commission carefully applied the expertise on their board, and they applied it to the standards in front of them. So the Planning and Zoning Commission did everything that your development code asked of them. So unless your review of the record before you establishes that there's substantial evidence that their decision is one of those things, blatant violation, unsupported by the facts, arbitrary and capricious, or an abuse of discretion, by your code, it must be affirmed. And that's a difficult thing to accept as a judge, because oftentimes an appellate court might not agree with the decision of the lower court. They might be tempted to substitute their judgment for the lower court's judgment. You know, well, if that had been me, I would have decided that differently. But that's really what's important about the appellate standard, is that the review of the record you're doing is that you have to show deference to the lower tribunal. You have to defer to their decision unless it's those things: an abuse of discretion, arbitrary and capricious, unsupported by the evidence. If an appeal is on the record, you can't substitute your judgment for the lower court's judgment. You may not agree with their decision. In fact, you may not like their decision. You may find yourself inconvenienced by their decision, but your duty as an appellate court is to affirm their decision unless you can clearly show with specific and justified reasons that the decision they made was verifiably wrong, legally, factually, arbitrary. It was made arbitrarily. And in this case, I don't think you can. There is no clear violation. The Planning and Zoning Commission's decision was based on ample facts and evidence in front of it. They didn't act as a rogue tribunal doing whatever they pleased. They did the job that they were appointed to do, and their decision by operational law must be affirmed. Now, the appellant's arguments are almost entirely based on the use of the land, and that use was decided on the nomenclature, on the use of the land. It was misrepresented to the public. You have to reverse it. Well, that use was decided upon when the zoning was changed over a year ago. We sat in these same chambers and almost all of you voted in favor of it. It might feel like it was 5 years ago, but it was last year, and I remember it. It was on the first page of the memorandum you had in front of you, an addiction rehabilitation center. If the zoning had been appealed back in 2019, then this would be a different matter. But the period during which it could be appealed expired over a year ago. You can't relitigate the zoning approval in this appeal. You have to stick to the criteria in your city code, which require you to look at the record of the decision that the Planning and Zoning Commission made, which was a site plan review. Now, the county has a constitutionally protected property interest in its zoning approval from July 2019, and it will enforce it to the greatest extent possible. But for years, the county's been accused of not doing enough about the substance abuse in our community. And while the county disagreed with that, it has partnered with Lloyd's, chased federal grants for substance use treatment services. It's got 2 departments doing their best. This facility is not inherently dangerous. It's not. There's no evidence that this is an inherently dangerous facility. Now, for those who fear the facility, the county hears that. On a base, I understand that. The county understands that. On a basic level, people with substance use disorder create emotional reactions. And then when you combine that with children, it's totally understandable. It's understandable to be afraid of something. But it's not a reasonable fear, because there's nothing more than fear and speculation that creates the perception that this is an inherently dangerous facility. And while the county feels that it is outside of the scope of your review tonight, the county knows that that must be said. Now, there's been a lot of talk, to digress briefly, on what do you do if a use isn't recognized by your code? Does that automatically disqualify the use? Well, the first thing you would do is you would defer to your paid staff, and that's exactly what your development code calls for, because it provides for the authority for professional staff to interpret the development code and take action based on that development code. Every development code in every municipality does that. You have to have that authority. And in a place like Española, it's impossible to foresee every possible use of land in a modern society, especially one as diverse as Española. I mean, land uses have sprung up over the years throughout the city's boundaries in previous decades that they just defy, the city defies easy organizational geography. Because citizens of Española don't live in a planned community on a grid. They live in a collection of historical villages that over time have merged together into one municipality. That's the nature of the community that you represent. So you need that flexibility in your code. It's what makes Española what it is. And that flexibility in your code is apparent here with an ROI designation for those types of institutional activities that can't be easily defined, that require separate buildings and building groups surrounded by landscape yards and open areas. Because you know what's not defined in your code? Healthcare service facilities, medical service facilities, clinics of any kind. You don't find those mentioned in your code anywhere. Does that mean that if you get an application to open up a clinic that you say, I'm sorry, it's not in our code, so we can't approve you? No. You may not always agree with the code, and you may not always agree with your paid staff. But I'm sorry, but that's an internal issue that you have to deal with. And it doesn't make the action that's been taken by the Planning and Zoning Commission void. Because that's exactly what the appellant wants you to think. They want you to declare it void. This is void. You did it, it's void. But that's not how void works. The concept of void works under the law, because under the law, for something to be void, it must have been done completely outside of any legal authority. It must have been a completely, from its inception, it couldn't be done. It was a completely void act. And discretionary interpretation of an ambiguous code that doesn't have, in a historical community that isn't easily defined, does not render something void under the law. In fact, to the contrary, in planning and land use law, there's a recognition of the expertise that planning and zoning commissions and that paid planning staff have, and it's called the administrative gloss doctrine. And it's actually a city of Española case, Vandervossen, the city of Vandervossen versus the city of Española, 130 New Mexico 287, discussed what it means to have something that's void. When you act outside of your legal authority to act, something is void. But the administrative gloss doctrine, which comes from the case of High Ridge Hinkle joint venture versus the city of Albuquerque, 119 New Mexico 29, the court found that deference should be given to administrative interpretations of land use policies. When there is discretion to interpret them, you have to give, as the governing body, you have to give as the decision maker, you give deference to the administrative gloss that the paid staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission give to your policies, because they are the people who have the most qualifications to interpret them. Now, I do need to broach an uncomfortable subject, but it's something I have to bring up or I'm not doing my job for my clients, and that is the subject of recusal. So I do know, and I did witness the statements that were made by the city councilors. And when I was a young attorney, I sat second chair in a 4-day trial, which basically means I was the assistant. I was the assistant attorney. And I sat with this bulldog litigator named Juan Flores, and I watched him for 4 days just crush these attorneys. He was just he was a maestro. And I remember he told me, Mijito, you always make your record. Get it in the record. You have to get it in the record. And so that's what I'm doing. And so I hope you know that this isn't a personal attack, because I understand your position as an elected official. You're used to speaking to constituents and helping them out. But when you're in your role as a judge, regardless of whether you're an elected city councilor, you are held to the judge's standard. And it's not enough to say, I think I can be fair. You can't say, well, I think I'll be fair. If you had any inkling that you were about to go before a judge, and the month before you were going to appear before the judge was writing emails that I don't like this case, I don't like this. No, there's no way that your attorney would allow you to go before that judge. And he would file if he didn't file a motion for recusal, then he probably would be guilty of malpractice. Because when you have some of the transparent things that have been said, antagonistic to an applicant or appellant or a case, it's not sufficient to say, I think I can be impartial, I think I can be fair. Once you raise the presumption of bias, which we did in speaking for the county in the letter, once you raise the presumption of bias, and not just the presumption of bias, but actual bias, saying, I say no to this, I don't like this, no. That's actual bias. And I think that that's failure to recusal is to recuse grounds for a constitutional violation of the county's rights for procedural due process. It's for the record. Presumption of bias, once raised by a litigant, typically requires judge to recuse themselves. We've put that that we've raised the presumption of bias. We've given our reasonings for it. I understand that you didn't respond to the emails, Councilor Salazar Torres. That wasn't the purpose of saying you didn't respond to Mr. Martinez's email, city manager. The purpose was saying that the email clearly shows that you requested information about this to the extent that a long thread of 7 pages of emails with detailed factual and legal discussions about this case, mere days after the Planning and Zoning Commission issued its decision, were being directed from you to city staff, and the response was forthcoming. And I had to point out that it was telling that a number of constituents were in direct opposition to this appeal, or in favor of the appeal in opposition to the county's application, received emails, but they didn't respond to those emails from the constituents in trying to preserve their partiality. I won't belabor it more than that. It's in the record. I'm sure that Mr. Flores would have liked me to read the entire letter and have everything, but it's in the record. It's sufficient. And so one second. I think both the appellants mentioned that they felt they never had the opportunity to address this. But at the same time, they admit that they were at the meetings where some of these decisions were made. It's an inherent contradiction to say, I never had an opportunity. I never saw this coming. I was at the meetings. You can't say you weren't informed if you admit on the record that you read newspaper reports about the story and the proposed use. And they mentioned that we never had an opportunity to request mitigative measures. There's an 8-foot fence. They've adjusted the entrance to stay away from the school. There have been multiple mitigative measures that have been implemented at quite an expensive cost. It's just, you know, the county respects the role of this city council. And it knows that you're in a difficult position because you formally approved something over a year ago that's now receiving negative attention. And while your constituents may well be your bosses, your oaths are to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the state of New Mexico. Now, the county has tried to be as open as possible about this project. From newspaper articles to express statements by staff a year ago, in multiple public meetings, testimony before CDBG project meetings, leadership summits, and testifying last month before the Planning and Zoning Commission. Counties never wavered from the intention that this would be the use. And even though that's not the context of the appeal, I recognize that that's something that you need to hear. And so the county reiterates that it's tried to be as open as possible and to act in good faith at all times. Even as misinformation, anger, hatred has been directed towards it, And the county intends to follow through on this project as it has the legal right to do so. It's very much needed in our community. In the county, lots of people have worked very hard to make it happen in a safe way. I'll stand for questions. If you don't have any, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Trujillo. We'll now take questions from any of the councilors on the floor. I have a question, Mr. Trujillo, if I may. I just want to clarify, when the county came to the planning and zoning for its commercial site plan, for its site plan review, is it my understanding that that site plan review was,
My apologies. That site plan review was only limited to the physical parameters of the building and not with regard to the use of that building?
That's correct. This application for a site plan review covers the
Right.
specific criteria that access and ingress, drainage, stormwater drainage, making sure that lighting, exterior lighting is compliant and doesn't cause light pollution. I mean, it's really about that very limited scope of criteria to actually get the site plan review approval. So yes, that's correct.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other further questions? At this point, we'll have a very brief cross-examination that is allowed from either of the two appellants to the applicant, if there are any final questions or comments that either of the two would like to make.
I have a question before you go to that, Mayor. This is Counselor Peggy.
Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So following through on the question that you just posed, Mayor, concerning the site plan, Mr. Hubler, can you discuss, has the county accommodated all 5 of the issues that were demanded of the city, or have they been cooperative in those situations?
Councilor Martinez, members of the governing body, during the lead up to and the meeting itself for the site plan review, the county addressed to their extent the requirements under section 403 of the code. A review from the development review team and staff suggested a couple of changes, and so we proposed 5 conditions of approval. That was part of the approval that was granted by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Work has not proceeded on those conditions as it was halted due to the appeal. But they
Okay,
were amenable to meeting those conditions.
okay. All right, thank you.
Ms. Martinez or Ms. Davis, if you'd like to ask any questions.
You keep saying that you're not using the entrance to Fairview School. How do you get there if you're not using the road that goes to Fairview?
Maybe I can address that one.
Okay, and if you could please repeat the question so that it is recorded on the record.
Yeah, so Appellant Mary Davis had asked, based on comments that the county was not utilizing the road to the school, how would they be accessing the property? So the county approached us as part of their proposal to make that a secondary access for emergency for the fire department. And they proposed to relocate their main access to the south off of Kayachami Sol. That was one of the conditions of approval and part of what was considered during the meeting. Does that answer your question?
Still going up the street from front of Fairview Elementary School to get to that access.
So we do still proceed, yeah, the traffic would proceed partway down that street, yes.
Still more traffic through there. And trucks delivering and stuff like that, and they'll be delivering by the school. So I understand that's the entrance that they're using, is the one by the school.
So,
It's just the way it's said.
yeah, so the entrance by the,
It's just the way it's said. It's not the way it is, the way it's said. Okay, because you really are using the road that goes to the Fairview. You say you're not.
sure, we're also using, they would also be using Riverside and all the other roads that go elsewhere in the community. But yeah, so the traffic, that entrance off of Kayachami Sol that's directly adjacent to the school will be closed and secured and just used for emergency access. So earlier on, they discussed utilizing that for truck access and deliveries. But all that access is going to come in, all their customer access and operational access will come in off the south.
Okay. Thank you.
So I have
And
a
Ms.
question. Is the site plan review part of the application process?
That's a question for Mr. Hubler.
The site plan review, is that part of the application process?
Is the site plan review part of the application process?
Does it say that on the application?
So the application was to the planning commission for a site plan review, correct? That's the type of development, or that's the type of review that's heard for this kind of development.
So, but the applicant, the application, business license, what is that?
So the business license is a different matter, and that's dependent once they have access to utilize the property. So this is all related to being able to use the specifics of the use of the property. So once they're approved either administratively in some cases, or in this case by the planning commission, then they would have the ability to apply for business license. So the business license application that we received in April is on hold until this process completes. Does that answer the question?
So I have a question. So when you put these big
Mhm.
yellow signs up and they're really only addressing the construction part of what you're doing, how do you know what's going up? That's a question.
We'll take that final question and then we'll allow you to make final comment. So Mr. Hubler, if you can answer that final question and then we'll do the final comments.
So the purpose of the yellow sign, like the purpose of the advertisement in the paper and the purpose of the letters is the purpose of the yellow sign, the purpose of the letters, the purpose of the advertisement in the paper is to advise those folks that may be interested that there's a meeting they can attend to participate in, to share their concerns, to ask questions of the applicant, and to make sure that their voices are heard as part of this process.
Okay. So the hearing is now complete. If you would like to give a final comment.
So my final comment is that I did go to the meeting on June 11th, and I did not have an opportunity to dispute anything. It was a done deal. It was decided right then that the group home, the commercial site plan for a group home somehow morphed into a drug treatment facility by Richard Hubler. He called it a drug treatment facility, and Mr. Lineberger called it a similar residential drug treatment facility. So when I did not have an opportunity I was given the courtesy to say what I felt, but the decision was already done. There was no opportunity to say, yes, I want that facility, or no, I don't. So I'm not confused about what was said. It was morphed into a drug treatment facility after they called it a group home because they're trying to identify what a group home was. The definition, Commissioner Quintana didn't understand what it was. And so they picked the congregated living piece to fit Darren's place, the drug treatment facility. It had nothing to do with the 5 items you just talked about, the lighting, construction. They were trying to fit the group home definition to a piece of the drug treatment facility. So yeah, it's not those 5 things, construction things that you talked about, lighting and drainage and so on and so forth. So that's confusing.
Thank you very much.
So that's it.
Thank you very much to all of the people who contributed to that. I will now close the hearing. It is now 11:58 and the appeal hearing is closed. Do I hear a motion to go into deliberative closed session?
I'm going to make a motion, Mayor, to approve the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision.
We have a motion to affirm the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision and a second.
Let me
Is it discuss-
restate, just so that we're clear, Mayor, okay? I'll use your word affirm because I think it's better put like that. So my motion is to affirm the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision on the site plan.
And we have a second from Councillor John Ritchie for the sake of discussion. For discussion? Councillor John Ramon Vihil.
Thank you, Mayor. If there's anything we've learned from this evening is that code needs to come back to the table and we need to sit down and look at revising it. One of the things I have an issue with is when an applicant, whether it's the county, it's a regular private citizen, comes into the Planning and Zoning Department, they don't know the process. They look at planning and zoning to help them through the process. They're told to go this route. If an applicant complies with all the requirements that have been set forth by Plan and Zoning Department, the commission, they've done their job. What it sounds like from reviewing the appellant's issues, we have failed in our jobs by not updating the code to be specific enough. But according to way the code is, it qualifies and it fits that mold. And I think it's irresponsible for us to go and punish an applicant when they've just been following the process that's been given to them and the way that they've understood it.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further discussion.
I have one more comment, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Peggy Sue Martinez.
Thank you. You know, one of the things that comes to mind in this situation is how affected students are by the drug abuse in our community and the concerns of the constituents that we've heard tonight with them having the concerns and the fear of this facility being next door. It would be interesting to see if the company itself would be interested in doing some community outreach into those specific schools, especially Timio Salazar Elementary, to do some intervention and prevention and getting in the schools and doing some drug education for us. That would really be nice. I think that we're dealing with the two major groups that are the most critical in Espanola, one of them being the group of people that are substance abuse addicted and dealing with those situations. And the other group being, of course, the students and the youth of this community. And it's critical that we understand that our community has suffered for a long time with this situation and that there really hasn't been opportunities for people that are drug addicted to get the help that they need at the time that they feel strong enough to make those choices. A lot of times when somebody is feeling strong enough to get off of the drugs and they want help, there's nothing available at that time. So I'm hopeful that this situation helps the situation. I'm grateful to those that have worked diligently in making this project move forward. I'm grateful to the staff. They've been put in a situation with this hearing and with this appeal that has been taxing at best. And we certainly appreciate all their effort to do their job and to bring development to the city of Espanola, even when it's difficult. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Manny Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to echo Councillor John Ramon Vihil. This really does take a good look at our codes of what needs to be looked at. I really would have liked if last year, if it was going to be a drug rehabilitation center, that would have came before us a year ago, and we probably wouldn't be here right now discussing this because it would have been labeled correctly uh, to the neighbors of this facility. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Um, Along the lines with Councilor Martinez, I think this whole community does look at the idea that we do need a facility. Is this the right place? Well, I guess that's up to us to decide that. But my question is, I do have a question, and I hope the county attorney might be able to answer this, is I do hear so much, or I've heard throughout the evening, of how this is going to be a great place for Espanola, how it's going to help the people from Espanola, how people can just come in, but yet on the other hand, I hear that this is going to be only recommended by corrections across the state. So my question is, how many of those 100 beds will actually be utilized for people from Espanola? And if somebody goes to the hospital and is asking for help, can they just go from the hospital straight to this place? Or is it, I guess my question is it a percentage of beds, or is the whole 100 beds going to be utilized for the people of the valley that need help?
Thank you, Councilor Martinez. I stood up here and I can't give you an answer. But unfortunately, that's above my pay grade. I'm not involved in this project to that extent to be intimately familiar with the operations. I can say that my personal preference would be that every single one of those beds would be reserved for residents of Rio Arriba County. I don't know if that's in the plans or if that's the works. I think everything, ideally, I think that's what would be appropriate, but I can't speak to the specifics, and I really wish I could.
Thank you. And I asked that because should this be approved and should Darren's Place open and people from the city of Espanola and the surrounding areas can't put their loved ones to get help in this place, then they're going to be coming back to this governing body and to the county saying, you promised us that this place was going to help our children, help our aunts, help our uncles, help the people from the valley that are in need of this help.
To my knowledge, I'm not sure if they're still on, but I do know that Mr. Madrid and Mr. Limburner had been texting me, that they were standing by, that they were on Zoom. So you may want to reach out to them, and if they're available, they could answer that question. I think that, that it deserves an answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Denise Benavides.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Martinez. That was going to be one of my questions. Is the actual area going to get preferential treatment for those who desperately need it? This is an unfortunate situation. I have been an advocate of the homeless, of which the majority of those are alcohol and drug users. I will continue to be an advocate for that purpose. I do, however, see and understand and cannot ignore the over 600 signatures of constituents from my own community and their worry and concern over the children of Fairview Elementary School. It's a huge concern for me as well. My question also would be, and I don't believe I believe it's Lamberger, I hope that's correct, also stated in an article that this facility would be completely different than the one in Rio Rancho, and didn't state exactly what the differences are, but kind of made it sound like we were going to be, in a sense, a guinea pig. That might not be a good word, but that's also another concern for me. What are the difference between the Rio Rancho facility and this one? I did look at the police report from the Rio Rancho facility. There were a number of calls. I know that was in a 5-year period, but there were still a number of calls. I know that those calls would be sent to our police department to take care of. That's another concern. I also have concerns with liability for the city if something were to go wrong at that facility or with a child near, the facility. So those are all valid concerns. And those are, my main concerns, and I don't know if any of those can be answered by anyone still, maybe on Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Justin Salazar Torres.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. The only thing I question is I question the wisdom behind the term itself that was given, or blessed or dubbed or whatever might be group home, as well as the location of it. I do share concerns with Councilor Benavides in the sense that, our police officers just got a fugitive that was here in Espanola for over 30 years, and you see something like this. So who's to say that nobody's going to escape, especially with how many times is Fairview Elementary going to be on lockdown? All these things just come to mind. That's all I want to state. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor. Seeing no further discussion, we'll now go to a roll call vote. We have a motion on the floor by Councilor Peggy Sue Martinez to affirm the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision, with a second from Councilor John Ritchie. You can take a roll call vote.
Counselor Dorothy Didi Valdez. I am for the motion. Counselor John L. Ritchie.
For the motion.
Counselor Peggy Sue Martinez.
In favor of the motion.
Counselor John Ramon Vigil.
For the motion.
Counselor Denise D. Benavides.
Against the motion?
Counselor Manuel J. Martinez.
I apologize for taking so long.
I can
It's just that it's like you're put in a situation with one way you vote, one way you don't vote. I think I'd like to clarify the way I'm going to vote. I do feel that we have to support our P and Z when they make decisions, but at the same time, I think when our P and Z knows that in this case, this facility is coming and we have ample time to change that code for it to be able to fit what is going in that place, then I think if we have that ample time to do that, then I think that should also be done as well. Now, as the attorney from the county said, it's for the record, right? For the record. And because of the zoning, because the way the ROI zone is stated in our code, because it doesn't state drug rehabs, it doesn't state residential rehabilitation, it doesn't state behavior health centers. It's very vague on that. For that reason, I'm going to have to vote against.
Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Tim Salazar.
For the motion.
Counselor Justin Salazar Todes.
Not in favor.
Motion carries 5-3.
Thank you very much, councilors, for your deliberation tonight, and everybody else who joined, appellants, applicant. I will now entertain a motion for adjournment.
And could I just say,
Actually-
So moved.
Mayor, counselors, that we will be back to you with a written decision of findings and conclusions that is required by your code at a subsequent meeting.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Attorney, Ms. Long. So we
Motion
heard
to
a motion
adjourn,
for
Mayor.
adjournment. Councillor Peggy Sue Martinez,
Yes, sir. Motion to adjourn.
do we hear a second? A second from Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Tim Salazar.
Good night, all.
Night, this meeting is now adjourned.
Drive safe and wish you the best for everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was tough on everybody and I appreciate your
Yeah.
work.